Okay, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. How we doing? Chelsea's in the chat. How you doing, Chelsea? Is Ray here as well? I'd like to see him too. Only 2 viewers for now. That's fine. We just started. If you haven't already noticed by now, we're doing a little earlier than usual stream. Some stuff came up today that we can't usually stream our late night stuff. Well, not without compromising most of our cast. So with that said, let's just move straight on to the stream.
Nice.
My question is this: who are the mad lads who developed that game?
What game?
Armageddon.
I've never heard of it.
There's a lot of commands you gotta learn.
Well, anyways, we guys are live now. Chelsea says no, Ray is still at work. My poor man. Oh, that's a shame. Chelsea, seriously, I say this with love. Put a ring on those fingers already. You two flirt so much. Just put a ring on it.
Yeah, like that's. Yeah. My opinion is like.
Well, my opinion is like I'm happy that you guys have found joy for each other, but seriously, put a ring on it already. So hey everyone, I'm Chengiz Khan. We got our usual panel here, and we're doing 2 Cents Live, the Getter Robo special. As you can see, I'm testing out a new layout here for future streams. It's not going to be like this for the entire stream that you're seeing, but it's just something to test the waters a bit here. That's all. So how's everyone doing? Besides Ninjato having a stomach sickness. Okay. Well, I take that silence as everyone's doing good.
Well, you didn't specify who starts. We're just waiting for somebody to start.
It's like if I say otherwise, I am fine. I am not being hunted down by the federal government. That's a lie.
Oh yeah, I remember. They say something about hunting some madman who tried to drop a colony.
Well,
or something like that.
Well, that's clearly not our friend Not here. Not at all. So anyways, also, I guess I should state the obvious. Xenonic is not with us yet. He'll be arriving a little later. So with that said, we're gonna move on to our usual programs going on here. So we're talking about Getter Robo. This is a mecha franchise that, at least I know, me, and especially Ninjato here, and other people here, have come to genuinely love and adore. It is a great mecha franchise, and honestly, Getter Robo itself is such a cornerstone for mecha in general, because Getter Robo is the franchise that spawned the birth of the idea of combining robots. So without
Of course, it is one half of the brainchild of one half.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one half of the brainchild of the godfather, the grandfather of mecha, Go Nagai.
Yes, Getter Robo was co-created with Go Nagai, who is known for his works such as Mazinger Z, which is also another cornerstone franchise that created the first piloted mecha. And Go Nagai is also known for his other works like Devilman, Cutie Honey,
and Shameless School.
Yes, and but as much as people like Go Nagai, the real Getter Robo's real papa going on here is the late Ken Ishikawa. Ken Ishikawa created Getter Robo alongside Go Nagai, and together they created a cornerstone for mecha. And honestly, a lot of mecha shows we have that people like would not be without Getter Robo. In fact, like so many creators have said that Ken Ishikawa was their inspiration. The I forgot his name. The guy who runs Studio Trigger, who created.
I know what you're talking about. Imagashi. I can't remember this.
Yeah, he's one of the founding members of Studio Trigger. He worked on Gurren Lagann, and Gurren Lagann itself was heavily inspired by Getter Robo.
Heavily, it could be a Witcher situation.
Well, I plan to cover Gurren Lagann.
Heavily / we did a Games Workshop.
Well, okay, look. Well, I'll cover Gurren Lagann in a later 2 cent stream. But, because I do want to cover Gurren Lagann, because I think that's also great. But, the Gurren Lagann was heavily inspired by Getter Robo. Hideaki Anno himself, the guy who's behind Evangelion and Gunbuster, he himself also said that Ken Ishikawa and Getter Robo were big inspirations, especially for Gunbuster. And so like, Getter Robo is such an influential franchise. And it's honestly kind of a shame that nowadays it doesn't get the love it deserves. Which, I mean, to be fair, like it is an old mecha, but I still think it's a fundamental mecha that people should check out. That's my opinion on the franchise. But
I think it's one of the best of mecha.
Oh yeah, it's great. Getter Robo's fantastic. And this whole stream is just us talking and gushing about Getter Robo, because I love Getter Robo. And I'm assuming most of us here also loves Getter Robo. So with that said, let's move on. So, first up, Comet, you're up. So,
yes.
So you're talking about one of the 3 major OVAs for Getter Robo. You're talking about New Getter Robo.
Yes. Now the other thing about New Getter Robo is that it's a 13 OVA series. It's kind of like a reimagining / reboot of the Getter Robo story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as you can see, they redesigned the Getter 1, and giving the Getter like a kind of like a little bit of real robot elements in it. You know,
they modernized the design.
Yeah. Yes, it's not like
it looks like it was a combination of all the Getters. Like all the Getters up to that point, because you notice like the chess piece is very much like a Shin Getter look to it.
Well, that's the whole point of the design. That is exactly the point of it.
Yeah. So it's.
But continue, Comet.
Yeah, sorry.
I was just saying like a more angular, more like have more mechanical detail compared to like the original Getter. You know, it's not like a pill with arms and legs.
Well, but that pill with arms and legs has charm to it.
The Pillsbury Go-Getter. That's my favorite.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to
No. This is your time.
No, we know what you mean.
Yeah.
We know what you mean.
Don't worry. Continue, man.
Yeah, but the interesting thing about this, instead of the dinosaur empire, it's Oni, the Japanese demons, and they apparently you can get infected, and when they bite you, you turn into an Oni. Mm-hmm. And Dr. Santame is trying to look for all these, three gifted individuals.
Insane.
Yeah.
Three batshit crazy individuals.
Well, I will go with gifted, but that works too.
No.
Oh,
They're pretty much insane. Okay.
Gifted is kind of synonymous with crazy for Getter Robo.
As soon as you are gifted, you're in the Getter Robo universe. If you're a Getter pirate, that means you got a few screws loose in some way.
Yeah.
Even if you're like the third Getter pirate, which is usually the most colonist of the three.
Now, with the first episode, what I really like that they show like the original Getter design, the OG Getter design, but it's the prototype of the Getter we see at the screen.
Right.
Yeah, and Satome-san is piloting it, and finally Zoni, he gets infected, and well, he's go bye-bye. But I'm sorry, man.
It's fine. If you're not Michiru, then you're dead. Oh wait.
It's fine. Yeah, but now we have our three pilots. We have Ryoma, who he had a dojo and owed money to the Yakuza. And when the Yakuza tried to stab him, Yakuza boss tried to stab him, he grabbed the sword, pierced his stomach, and his words, he told straight up to the Yakuza boss, "Come on, push forward, I stab me. Either push forward or pull back. You can at least take a finger. He can save face and at least take a finger.
Because he's crazy.
Yes. Well, then we have our lovable terrorist Hayato.
Yes. Terrorism is fun, along with face scratching.
Yes. And he just comes in trying to bust into the government facility, which is like a trap set up by Satome with some Getter files on there. Just alone to the Getter facility. And he does like scratch face off a bunch of people.
Yeah, Hayato's great. It says a lot about this franchise when one of my favorite characters was a straight up terrorist who could rip your face off with his hands. Yes.
And crush Oni brains with his hands. And then there's now interesting thing about this series is that it could find Masashi and Benkei. And kind of like one.
Yes, the
one character.
Benkei Musashipo.
Yeah, and he's a guy. He's a bandit trying to be a Buddhist monk, trying to follow the ways of Buddha. You know,
and
but he's not.
Based on what I'm on that episode on New Getter, and based on that, he also is a horn dog.
Yes, he's a horn dog that's not too bright. So you gotta speak in very, 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 very simply and very few words. Otherwise, he'll fall asleep on you.
Well, he's not retarded. He's just not too bright.
No, I mean he literally will fall asleep on you.
Oh, true. Wait, how far are you into New Getter Robo?
Third episode. I just haven't found time to continue that one.
Oh well, then I know what we're watching then Sunday.
Yeah. You can also,
okay. Yeah.
Fun,
yeah. Yay, more Getter!
Side note: you can find New Getter Robo English stuff on Peacock.
Also, Retro Crush. Retro Crush has it too.
Oh right, Retro Crush has it too.
Yeah,
but that's the dub though. If you want the original Japanese, well, you could buy the DVD or Blu-ray, or you could sail the high seas.
You want to sell an audience member to spend $40 to try out a new series?
Yeah, what I really like about New Getter Robo is completely self-contained. You can go in knowing nothing, and pretty much you can use this as the basis of to watch other Getters. It won't fit one-on-one, but you get like the needed very, very, very basics.
Well, it's because it's technically a reboot.
Yeah.
Well, technically, it's a reimagining.
Yeah.
Right. That's a better term. It's a reimagining.
When I know of the plot, it just reimagines the entire Getter Saga story, condensed it, not like actual condensing, but like took the themes of the whole saga and put it into 13 episodes.
What I Now, one episode that stand out to me was a couple. Was Ryoma's Getter PTSD.
That's straight from the manga.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wait, comment. Have you read Shin Getter Robo, the manga?
No, I'm still reading the original Getter manga.
Oh. Okay.
You haven't read the manga?
Well, hold on, Ninja. Calm down. So a lot of the stuff you're seeing, even though it's a reimagining, it is a lot of it based off of the manga.
Yeah, like Ryoma's what based on what I know of New Getter Robo, which is a lot, pretty much. But even though I haven't watched it all the way through, but they took a lot of elements from that's what I mean by the themes. Like they put character arcs and condense it down to the 13 episodes. Like Ryoma is he has an arc revolving around Getter, which goes in a different direction than with the manga. Because but still it's still there. It still has that arc about at some point Ryoma is no, screw Getter Rays. Getter Rays are awful.
Quick question. In the manga, or any Getter manga, did they ever time travel back to the hidden area?
They actually, they kind of do. So I'll have to go through. Okay, Shin Getter Robo, that's the one where he has a weird vision while testing out Shin Getter.
Okay, I know what you're talking. It's not that time travel. In general, it's a different time travel. I know what Kama's talking about. No, they don't go into the past. So here's the thing, Kama. So what's interesting is not only does New Getter Robo pull a lot from all the Getter Robo mangas, it also pulls a lot of stuff straight from Ken Ishikawa's other manga, like was it like Kamui Senki, or I think that's how you pronounce it.
Big epic fantasy.
Yeah.
His epic sci-fi story.
Yeah, so it pulls a lot of stuff from all his other manga too. So like time traveling back to the Heian period, that's something from his other manga.
Okay. Now what's it called again?
I think it's Kamui.
It's not translated, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay.
Ken Ishikawa's work's kind of interesting. It's kind of unfortunate that, honestly, because Getter Robo is his biggest thing, not a lot of other stuff he has got translated. I'm trying to look this up right now.
But I read the episode when Ryoma went to the future, and everybody's fused together and become.
Oh yeah, that's from Shin Getter. Yep, that's Shin Getter.
That's Shin Getter.
That's literally from the manga. That's how it literally begins. Well, actually, it technically begins with the whole Dinosaur Empire taking Getter Robo G, and our Getter team has to fight. Also, the manga I was talking about is Kyomu Senki. Okay. But anyway, but yes, he did go to the future, and that kind of starts his arc in Shin Getter. Which I still will attest is my favorite. My second favorite now of the Getter from the classic Getter timeline. You can probably guess which is my favorite now.
Well, yeah, cause we watched the anime together.
Now, thanks. And he went to this future, and everybody's fused together, and becomes this machine mishmash body horror.
That's typical of Ken Ishikawa's work.
Yeah.
Ishikawa was like, okay, Cronenberg does horror stuff, right? So I'm gonna do body horror stuff. So I'm gonna do the same thing, but with machines.
Yep.
Yes, and I think the most disturbing part is when you saw the baby inside that little pond, and it's like wires all attached to it.
Yeah, that's Kenichi Kao for you.
Yeah.
I can't remember if the baby was part of the manga or was that literally the anime adding an extra.
Now
that was the anime adding an extra.
Okay.
Near the end, then we had near the end of last episode, we found out the Onis were being sent by these what you could call gods who wanted to destroy the Getter because the Getter will consume the universe and destroy everything.
Yep.
That's manga.
Yep, that's the manga. Like that's the whole twist of the whole series is literally most of the threats that happens in Getter Robo comes from the future in some way.
Because of the Getter Robo itself.
And then, Getter Emperor or whatever says, Ryoma, this is just one shape that Getter can take. Now. There's just one of many shapes that Getter can take. The rest is up to you, and then we get to the end where Ryoma is by himself fighting for eternity.
Yeah. That's...
Where'd you get that?
Yeah. And that's by the way, that's anime original right there. That kind of ending was never in the manga.
Yeah.
Cause come to think of it, in New Getter Robo, Ryoma actually takes also a lot of elements from his son Takuma as well. Like the whole thing of fighting against fate, fighting against Getter with Getter. That's Arc.
I think Arc was being written or was getting canceled at the time.
Arc came before. I know Arc did come before New Getter Robo, so.
Okay.
Because New Getter Robo was 2004. Hold on. I'm gonna look. Keep talking. I'm gonna look up Getter Robo Arc real quick.
Yeah.
The manga.
Yeah. I would say that if you want to introduce someone to Getter Robo, I think this would be a good way to do it. It's self-contained, and it got, like the job said, they have multiple elements, so it could be like a good jumping off point. And it's only 13 episodes.
I do have one flaw with the show.
Oh.
It's too short?
No.
What?
No Dinosaur Empire.
Well, because they replaced him with the Oni.
I know, but the Dinosaur Empires are better.
Well. Okay, so Getter Robo Arc started in July 19th, 2001 and ended in September 2003. New Getter Robo came out the year afterwards, 2004.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so just to wrap things up a little bit.
Wait. I have a flaw with. I just thought of a flaw with New Getter Robo.
Oh, do tell.
It's not in any Super Robot Wars game.
What?
It was in one Super Robot Wars game. I don't remember which one. I think it was maybe it was a mobile one. I know that New Getter Robo was in a Super Robot Wars game. Hold on. New Getter Robo Super Robot Wars. Let me look this up.
Oh, come on.
You know
maybe
what?
Maybe if Super Robot Wars doesn't keep reusing
It was in
Armageddon design.
It was in New Getter Robo was in Super Robot Wars Neo.
I gotta look that up real quick. Also, I like them like one Getter like adapted into anime form. Thick Getter.
Thick Getter. Getter makes you thick, boys. Alright.
You don't want to know that? Please don't tell me it's what I'm thinking.
It's the one with the badonkadonk.
Oh, no. So it's the... Don't tell me it's the waifu.
Oh, now, Ninjato, calm your inner Puritan. I'll show you the beauty of Godinar later.
Yeah. It's the one with the board game.
Yeah, the mahjong.
Shigogi.
Yeah.
Mahjong.
All right, so just to wrap things up a little bit here, because we do need to move on. You recommend this OVA?
Of course. It's short. It's palatable.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, I would recommend it. It's only 13 episodes. It doesn't take much of your time.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it. Own it.
All right.
Buy the Blu-ray.
True. Before I will say actually though, while you are right that you can start with New Getter Robo, when you really think about all the OVAs, you can really start off with any of the OVAs. You can start off with New Getter Robo, you can start off with Armageddon, or you can start with Versus Neo Getter Robo. They're both, all three OVAs. I think you can start off pretty simple.
I will say that it is. I do recommend, if you're going to watch the Armageddon, you at least read through the manga.
Yeah. I want.
You read through the the originals manga, because even though technically it does take place in its own sort of quasi universe, because Musashi's still there, a lot of Armageddon, including the the prequel, the Moon Wars, take a lot from they reference the original.
Well, we can talk more about Armageddon when Xeonic arrives. Let me read the chat real quick. So far it's just we got 5 viewers, but only Chelsea's talking.
Aww.
To be fair, it is the chat is kind of restricted just because I don't want to deal with those hotspots. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's see. Chelsea says big and thick.
You know what? Let's give Chelsea some context.
Well, it's fine. Chelsea says.
Oh.
Chelsea says, "What if made a live-action Gundam Seed? Please, do not ever utter such an idea ever again, Chelsea. Please."
I will only watch a live-action Gundam Seed if it evolves. If it in the first 15 minutes, Kira gets killed, and Flake gets flayed alive, and we get a new cast.
First 15 minutes, Kira dies, and then we immediately jump into Seed Destiny.
Wait, but if Kira dies, won't he just come back 3 days later?
Stop.
No, we're not doing that part. Unless we're gonna incorporate stands, okay? If we're gonna make it into a JoJo, we're gonna have JoJo but with Mecha.
Alright. So let's move on. So Xeonic's not here yet, so we'll move on to Ninjato. So you're covering the second OVA. And this is actually the second OVA to come out. Shin Getter Robo versus Neo Getter Robo. One thing I will say, I don't see how the art style resembles Fullmetal Alchemist.
Well, it's more with the way the faces are drawn. Like that was the instant comparison I got. Like
really?
When I. Yeah, for some of the character designs of like Fullmetal, it just reminds me of like, oh, it looks like Fullmetal Alchemist, or like the more like I'm thinking like Hawks, like the way the women are drawn, and it's not so much of like the guys, because the guys are more, I don't know. That was like the thing. It's always. It just reminds me of, oh, it's Fullmetal Alchemist looking. So, anyway. So, Shin Getter versus Neo Getter. Totally not a confusing title.
They don't even fight. The title's misleading. It's not even a versus.
Yeah, it should have been said, Superior Getter Robo Go.
Well, I don't know. I've kind of changed my mind on Getter Robo Go after reading it again. So.
Okay. Also, Nick will be on soon. So.
Okay. Good.
So. Essentially, this works as while New Getter Robo serves as kind of a reimagining of Getter Robo as a franchise and serves as a tribute to Ken Ishikawa's work. Shin Getter versus Neo Getter Robo is a pretty much a what-if story in a way, because the what-if scenario is if you read the original manga ends with Musashi dying. That is not a spoiler. This is part of the Getter Robo franchise. No matter what, in no matter what universe, even in Super Robot Wars,
Actually,
he sacrifices.
The only exception is New Getter Robo, and that's because they combined Benkei Musashi together.
Yeah, well, that's technically.
People the fusion dance.
Like even in the other reimagining of Getter Robo that Nat's gonna cover, Musashi couldn't go make it.
Yeah, that is a staple of Getter Robo. Musashi always bites it.
It's a constant. It's full of death, taxes, and Musashi dying. But anyway, so Musashi makes a sacrifice play, but instead of doing outside of the Satome laboratory, where what happened in Manga, it happened when he was in New York.
Yeah.
And so
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make Chelsea a mod.
Yeah, so the Dinosaur Empire got defeated at New York, and Emperor Goru, or Gore, gets supposedly died, and then the world's government response is basically pressure Japan into basically shutting down the Getter Project. Because, you know, New York getting blown up is kind of
Well, I mean, it's, to be fair, New York got blown off the map, so...
Yeah, I'm not blaming them. It makes it like Satame. I know you're saying that the Dinosaur Empire is still around and you need to get a research, but New York, you kind of blew up New York.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about Getter Robo, what about Hayato and Ryoma? Well, they also hinted at the events that were very similar to the original manga. So Ryoma had an episode where he lost his memories, and he and Hayato were piloting the new Shin Getter Robo, but they were having a hard time turning it on until Musashi died. Because Shin
Getter Robo is a stubborn bastard of a robot.
Yeah, he's a tsundere, essentially. It's like, oh, I'm not gonna help you guys. I'm not gonna help. Oh, okay, you care for your friends. Okay, I'll help. Fine, I'll help you. I will turn on. But anyway, but that's not our main plot. This is like the first 4 minutes of the actual OVA, which is a 4-episode, which you could edit into making into a movie. But the main plot follows our main protagonist, Go
Ichimonji.
Go Ichimonji. So in this continuity, instead of being a young high school athlete with a huge rebellious streak, he is a person... Oh, hey, Nick. Oh, wait,
hey, Nick.
Nick is connected. He is a orphan because of what happened with the Dinosaur Empire. They did a bigger attack, so a lot more people died. And he became an underground fighter. And then one day during his training, he came across the Dinosaur Empire again, trying to kidnap him so he can they can make more Gettersauruses. No, Mechasauruses. No, Getterosaurus is later. But
Getterosaurus comes much later.
yeah, are you there, Nick?
Yep.
All right.
Okay,
Also-
cool.
I was hanging out with Cal Yerk. We went to go see the double feature of Dracula and Frankenstein.
Oh,
Nice.
how'd it
yeah,
go?
Nice.
Oh, it was fun. I also got some things.
Oh,
Cool.
well,
We're streaming.
we're streaming now, so but you can show us when we're done. So
I'm doing the 4-part OVA. So
yeah.
I only got a couple of things.
Oh.
Maybe can I show them off quickly?
All right, we'll take a break.
All right. Hold on.
Quick detour. Quick detour.
Hold on. Give.
This is a classic. This is a classic staple apparent of my segment.
Give,
See you, Nick.
hold
Hey,
on.
hey, hey, guys.
Give me a moment to show your camera and stuff.
Man, this is like second time in a row where during my segment you have to share something.
Well, hold on, real quick. Okay, you can turn on your camera now, and then we can see what you got.
So you're perfectly protected from COVID.
It's got... All right. Oh, nice, Rhinox. Be careful transforming him.
Yeah.
Oh, Predator.
Yeah.
Nice.
Why did you grab something against your race?
Because I got this weeks ago. And
Oh, nice. Where'd you find him?
I got them at Target.
Target. They were in stock.
They were last one of Rekgar.
Last. Oh, wow.
But I did find them in other places.
Ah, okay. Oh, that's
Put
interesting.
up the chains on, listen to me. It's time to join in the fight. It's time to let your babies born to be cowboys. Let Optimus die.
Whoa, where did Optimus Die come from? What? That's not part of the song. Don't you dare be slandering Hot Rod like that, Ninjato.
It's the very rarely heard lyric.
Yes, it's the secret message lyric. If you play it backwards enough times.
Oh, well, okay then. Chelsea says, wow, that's awesome. Also, I see plushies in a net behind you.
Yeah, but that's another story.
That's another story.
Okay, so our main character, Go Ichimo, is getting attacked by a dinosaur empire agent, and they are planning to kidnap him to be part of their. They're probably going to possess him somehow using slugs. But anyway, but he managed to fight him off, and then he is recruited by our favorite psychopathic commander / terrorist. Yes, Hayato. Hayato, who is the.
Don't worry, he mellows out.
Well, yeah, he mellows out. This version of Hayato. This version, overall, I would say in this continuity, this feels a bit more like more of a Saturday morning cartoon. Like, it's not as extreme as the other continuities. So if you're worried about content, this is probably your best bet. So he gets recruited, and he joins the two other Getter pirates that gets recruited, and forming the new robot, which is it's either my second or third favorite Getter bot, Neo Getter Robo.
Well, Neo Getter Robo is just basically Getter Robo Go and Getter Robo G combined.
Yeah, or like I love it's more. I would say it's more inspired by Getter Robo Go. Like Getter Robo Go is awesome looking, which makes. Anyway, let's just move on.
I like Getter Robo Go though. Even the design, it's.
No, I love the robot. I'm sorry if this review is just better than Getter the Manga, Getter Robo Go, but
well.
Anyway, so Ryoma is not part of the picture because he left after Musashi's death because of events hinted at that he got captured by the Dinosaur Empire, and it put him in such a state that he couldn't save Musashi, and he blames himself. So basically, he did a better version of Luke Skywalker's abandoning the Force.
It's more like they kind of combined his two major arcs in the manga. Him recovering his memories and a bit of that Getter PTSD. I'm never gonna pilot the Getter Robo again. Why? It reminds me too much of Musashi.
Though they didn't really hint it at, it's more hinted at, not really a focus. Like this show, this OVA feels like a movie, so it doesn't really go depth into characterization as I personally would like. But what they put in there instead is so cool. Like second episode, you get introduced to our replacement for Schwartz. So Schwartz, instead of being a cartoonish racist caricature, he is a cartoonist caricature of a Texan.
Well,
and the robot is named Texas Mac.
Well, actually, okay, so Jack and Mary Hill are actually not based off of Schwartz. They are actually based off of characters from the original Toei Getter Robo anime.
Well, what they did, as far as I know, is that... hey, Athena, can you,
I just got him out.
Okay, okay.
Don't worry.
So, what they did, I could tell, like, some aspects of Schwartz, kind of, just a bit more of the rivalry between Jack and Go, where they just used the monkey insult. But they put it in a different context. Like, he still calls Go a monkey throughout most of this OVA. But yeah, so Texas Mac. The best phrase to... Yeah, the best phrase is just like, it's amazing. Like, use the Cengiz the way you say, it's amazing.
It's amazing.
Like, when you... Yeah, it's something that is so over-the-top ridiculous. Like, they literally are communicating to our heroes in the Japanese base while on a roof, on a mountaintop in like a Grand Canyon type situation, riding on horses. So they had to have a satellite or something with a camera that is also there. So that must be the classic meeting place. There. And it's not, and it gets even more funny and more ridiculously awesome. The base gets attacked, so they have to go on Texas Mac. So they ride down their horses down low to get to the robot, and the robot is that the brother rides the actual robot. The sister rides the hat.
That's also a spaceship that also turns into a shield.
Yes, it gets more ridiculous than that. So he has he pulls out 6 guns, he's defending Washington, D.C., and then in Washington, D.C., there's a huge ring big enough for him to pull when it's time to take down a satellite. He pulls it up, grabs a chain, goes across the string, doing damage to the property.
He pulls out of the ground a giant coffin. That's just
Eat your owl positron cannon.
and it just has a giant sniper rifle in there that to quote has too much high power.
Man.
Oh yeah, by the way, the Jack is purposely have so much English.
The Hill twins in this OVA purposely have the best gratuitous English there is.
No, I haven't seen the sister. It's the brother.
The sister also talks like that. Me too, yo. Okay.
I didn't notice that, but yeah, it's just the brother's just more noticeable because he says a lot more. There's a lot more English phrases.
He has a lot more lines. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, the sniper rifle is so powerful that that they can't use them for ground combat.
And then what's
And then it gets better. At the finale, he shows up again at the finale. He goes to Tokyo. He has a ring. They purposely bury.
So what's great is that they establish that in every U.S. embassy around the globe has that same sniper rifle. It's great.
Yes, it's great. And then it gets even better. He entered the scene while riding a giant horse.
Well, a giant robot horse.
Or a giant cyborg horse.
Well, it was just a straight up robot horse.
Yeah, but anyway, Texas Mac is like one of the highlights of it. I wish he made an appearance. Honestly, if like Getter Robo Arc had like that little bit of awesome left to add more to make it more awesome, Texas Mac would have been.
Texas
Mac. But anyway, so back to the main story. So you got the Neo Getter, you got the Getter team. Like they have like decent.
You have mostly the cast from Getter Robo Go.
Yeah, essentially Getter Robo Go, and they're mostly decent. They're again, the problems with this OVA is that with the 4-episode length, it's a very focused show. Just focused on the main plot, not so much on the characterization. So you can't really get into the character other than
the plot itself is very simple. It's 4 episodes, so
it's treated as a 4-act movie. It's like a 4-act movie where you have.
I'm trying to remember the animation studio, but basically
it's the same animation studio. It's basically the people who have done the animation done from Shin, Getter, Armageddon, even Arc is done all by the same studio. All the animation.
Actually, no. Arc has a completely new animation studio.
Oh, really?
Yeah, okay. Arc was animated by was it like B Studio? So.
Okay, but anyway, it's treated as like a traditional Japanese story structure a bit, where you have your introduction. That's like the events of covering mostly like Go becoming part of the Getter team, and also like Musashi's death. Then you have development, basically explaining what happened in between, the beginning and the actual beginning of the story, the prologue and the first chapter. And then it focused on setting up Texas Mac and setting up that the Dinosaur Empire are back again. Now they're doing a huge invasion on Earth. And then number 3, we have the twist, where the twist happens, and the twist is that the Dinosaur Empire has infiltrated the Dr. Satame Institute to kill everyone and to basically prevent Shin Getter Robo from activating. And then it's also when Ryoma comes back, and I love what they did with Ryoma in this one. Yes, he does not drive a Getter, but he just kicks so much butt. Like he's like a Dynasty Warriors character.
Well, that's because of that going back to. Honestly, it's an underrated thing that it's kind of a shame people don't really pick up on anymore. Is Ryoma. Ryoma also is known to have a very violent style of karate. That's known to that's purposely meant to just kill everyone.
So he'd be a perfect fit for Mortal Kombat. His fatality would be Getter appear in the background as Getter being his opponent.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you have the development, and the twist is that the Dinosaur Empire had taken over proto-Getters, basically all the Getters that were like part of the development, but they weren't working, and it's because of the one of the massive swarm of these proto-Getters, and the fact that Go was with Hayato trying to find Dr. Satame, and then they discover Robot and trying to get Shin Getter working. That's Neo Getter. It does not gets defeated, which I prefer deeper than just the enemies are just powerful. They're just straight up powerful from the start.
Well,
Sorry, and they're not even the Dinosaur Empire. They're not even the main bad guys.
well.
But anyway, back on top. And then the twist is, and then the ending of that twist is that the team get to the Shin Getter, and then 4 is that they fight off Gore and defeat him. And also a little hint of the ending of the original manga, where Shin Getter tried to absorb our 3 heroes. And
yeah,
they even have moments where you see the middle bits actually crawling on them, yeah.
They do kind of touch on that part, but it's more surface level reference, if anything.
Yeah, it's more. Yeah, it's more of a good nod, and also they then showcase it by giving it the pupils, and the outfit is blue. They made it blue. I'm blue, da-da-dee-da-dee-da.
Well, yeah. Well, so they with the power of Getter Race, they turn Shin Getter Robo into what they call in the OVA God Getter Robo, which is actually based off of an artwork Ken Ishikawa did for a similar design, which he called Ancient Getter Robo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah. So that's how they defeat Gore. Who, by the way, he survived by using cybernetics, and then he used a couple big laser to make himself bigger. And oh yeah, main weapon to try to take over the world was a UFO. An actual alien. Centuries ago.
Well, that UFO is actually the same UFO from the Hyaki Empire. Is that the 100 Demon?
Yeah, okay.
The 100 Demon Empire, and that UFO. And if you read the manga, that UFO is actually also part of the Andromeda country.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot a lot about G. Getter Robo G. Other than the ending,
That's a shame.
other than Atlantis, yeah, Getter Robo G is.
I don't like.
Out of all the Getter manga, it's the most forgettable.
Well, really, Getter Robo G's only problem is it's a continuation of the original Getter Robo manga, and that's pretty much it. It doesn't really have anything to make it stand out. It just feels like you're just reading the same manga from the first Getter Robo.
Yeah. So yeah, but that's my summation of the plot. Animation, I would say, it's not. I would say overall not as good. It's the least interesting on the animation department. Yes, the animation is technically better than Getter Robo Arc, but the problem is that they did it at a cost where the character models are way simpler.
I don't mind the art style.
I'm just saying in comparison. I'm just saying it's the least in my personal assumption in terms of you compare the art styles for all the animes specifically, where you have Arc is more. Well, it has a technical issue with the mecha fights in terms of animations because they're using 3D.
Well, you're talking about art design then, not really the animation.
Art design. Well, the thing is that I feel like the art design, the reason why the characters are the way they are drawn, and I noticed this a bit with New Getter Robo, is that so that they can have the free-flowing movement.
Right. So it's
as opposed to Armageddon and Art, they have a lot more stiffer movements. They're not as free-flowing, but I
would argue Armageddon had some pretty free-flowing animation.
Well, I'm not saying that they don't. I'm just saying in overall, You take the camera.
We could talk. We'll talk more about Armageddon when Xeno next turn. So.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, I'm not saying that it's. I'm not. Saying
when is my turn? Just checking.
Actually, you're right after Ninjato. So.
Can I go after who?
Well, I did have you after Ninjato, but I guess we can move to SGD then.
See, the reason why is because I'm recovering from motion sickness because I hate being in my friend's car.
Oh, you good, man?
Sorry. Yeah, I just need to sit and relax for a second.
All right.
Yeah, but like when I'm talking
fix.
about, like, it's like the argument between like Bricky, a YouTuber I enjoy, did a video on graphics and art direction, and and where like technically a game, the graphics, a game have a technically good graphics, but they don't have a very good art directions. They tend to either age the most poorly, or the least interesting. And so I would say, like, in comparison, right, I would say overall the art direction's good for all the OVAs, but in terms of which is the best art direction and which is the best animation in terms of like the fluidity of animations and the less errors, I would say that like New Getter and Shin Getter versus Neo Getter is on the more animation side. They kind of make the animation as good.
Well, I would argue Armageddon also is the same.
I would probably agree with you, but again, we're talking about the spectrum between the four, where it's like that tier list where you can't just put a whole bunch of things in between. They're all smushed together, so you have to put the spectrum. Whereas the one is the most animation focused, and one is the most art direction focused. And yeah, Armageddon has a good art direction, but also has great animation.
Right.
I'm like, when you're talking about, but I'm trying to separate the category.
Okay.
Right? So if we're talking about which one has the best art direction, I would put Armageddon and Arc above Shin Getter versus Neo Getter, and even New Getter Robo in terms of art direction. But in terms of animation, Getter Robo Arc is gonna go down. Shin Getter is probably just gonna go down slightly. But then you have these two OVAs go.
I would actually say New Getter Robo art animation wise is actually below Armageddon and Neo Getter Robo.
Yeah, again, it's like you're.
Well, okay, so
trying to split hairs.
But so what I'm seeing, what I'm trying to get here is this is mostly subjective take, though. Unless you're trying to argue that objectively speaking, Neo Getter Robo. I'm not sure about
the. It's more of like my personal. I'm not a big animation person, right? I'm not a person who knows the techniques of animation and can actually look at the. I haven't spent hours watching all the OVAs. Do I pick apart all the animation errors and like how smooth?
Well, no, I'm not saying you have to do that.
Yeah, I know. But if I'm pretty sure if I was able to do that, I would give you a more definitive answer based on my casual observation. It's like, okay, so again, Shin Getter versus Neo Getter is very good on animations, but the art style is a bit less so. The Ken Ishikawa art style is a bit way too simpler, and there are even some shots where they don't feel as detailed.
But what I'm trying to get at, this is a subjective opinion, though, right?
Well, I would say yeah, because I'm not an expert on animation, so I can't give you.
Okay.
This is personal observation, right?
All right.
It's more.
All right.
It's more anecdotal. It's like when we're having this discussion, it's like, oh, I like this animation. I noticed that the animation is better on this one as opposed to this one because of X, Y, and Z. and so but if like an animation expert is going, well, actually,
well, I'm not trying to be that person.
yeah, I know, but it's like I'm covering my bases here so that no one could go, actually, Getter Robo arc actually has better animation because of X, Y, and Z.
The Jotto. Yeah, actually.
Well, alright, not as... Okay, so subjectively speaking, you're not too big on the art style.
Yeah, art style is not as... in my personal opinion, which is more of like, is this closest to like Ken Ishikawa's art style? I would I would say it's not as, or is it as interesting to look at? It's not as interesting compared to
the other animes.
Yeah, the other animes, like even like New Getter has a lot more interesting stuff with the shading that helps definitely improve the art style a bit more. And like there's a lot more darker colors. The colors are a lot more of that like darker, rich color to the characters. And then of course you got Armageddon, which is like a blend of like the anime at that time with the Ken Ishikawa, with a lot of the Ken Ishikawa's aesthetic at the time coming in, and then you have Arc, which is pretty much like hey, we're just gonna take the character models from the manga,
straight from the manga.
Yeah, straight from the manga. We're gonna modify them to make it a little bit more better for the animation, and then we make a show a brunette, and then boom.
Well, we could talk about that later.
Yeah, but, of course, but that's
okay. I don't want to rush you or anything, but I do want to wrap this up soon. So
yeah. That's basically my thoughts. Like overall, this is like, I would say this is also a good starting on point. You may not know like some of the scenes, understand them as much, but this is a good standalone story. It doesn't. It kind of gives you that nice taste of what a Getter Robo can be.
Yeah.
Can be, but the only flaw in terms of getting into Getter Robo specifically is that it doesn't explore some of the deeper themes or even the darker elements to the story as much. But
Shin Getter Robo versus Neo Getter Robo has a much more emphasis on the earlier works of Getter Robo, where it was more emphasis on themes of camaraderie and friendship, and being together to face all odds is better than facing them alone.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not like the later works. So
right.
Anyway,
but you do recommend this OVA.
Oh yeah, I totally do. Like I would personally say any of the Getter Robot animes you could probably jump in. Yes, even Arc. I would argue that Arc you can jump in.
Well, we'll get into Arc later. I'll just say for now. But anyways, so yeah, check out Shin Getter Robo vs Neo Getter Robo. I stand by what I said. I think you can just hop into any of the OVAs really. Let's see. So checking chat. Chelsea says, hello other viewers, are you dare say something? If any other people watching except Chelsea, if you want to chat, it's on follower mode, so just follow me. And then there is a 10-second delay in chat, between how long you can chat. And so, I didn't really want to do this, but this is all to stop the hotspots from invading my stream and spamming follows. That was so annoying to deal with. So and then Chelsea's just talking about a chat. And she says hello to SGD. Okay, so Xenonic, you want to go a little later, so tell you what, you could go second to last. Is that alright?
Sure.
Okay, then in that case, we'll move on to SGD. So SGD,
Yay!
so SGD, you're going to. So this is going to be very interesting for me because you decide to cover the original manga, the first manga Ken Ishikawa ever made, and so this is going to be interesting. So what'd you think of it?
Well, this is my entry into the Getter Robo franchise, as I've had no real knowledge of it beforehand. I can't insert a Digimon reference or anything. if it was Mazinga, it would be a different story.
You can try.
Oh!
Alright, if I can put a Family Guy reference into anything, you can put a Digimon reference into anything.
No, it's like, has Digimon referenced this franchise in any way? Not really. The wiki likes to make comparison with Shoutmon Cross 3, but the Shoutmon line more so leans heavily into Mazinger. And then Getter Robo didn't really. They both have axes, though. That's the closest I can get. But this manga it can be very absurd, and it embraces that and takes itself completely seriously at the same time, which is always respectable.
Yes.
Charles, that's not a frog.
Charles, that's a crocodile.
But yeah, this is a story about 3 people who come together to pilot a robot and fight dinosaurs.
Yes, it's amazing, right?
And they're cyborg monstrosities or ones with weird powers. Also demons.
Yeah, the demons tie into the sequel.
It gets even crazier, by the way. Like, the manga gets, like... it just gets insane.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate a lot of the things this manga did. Like, it has the 3 robots coming together to form with different Getter configurations isn't just a gimmick. Like, they actually use it in a good way. Like how they split apart in battle when it's tactically advantageous. To say they're different configurations, so it's not just always turning into the same robot. They have 3 different robots they turn into.
Mm-hmm.
And they all do different things. So I like that. A couple of problems I do have is Gore isn't much of an antagonist. He's kind of just a face.
Yeah.
It gets interesting at the end. It's like, why didn't you have him earlier? And it's not an alligator either, Black Comet.
A crocodile?
It's a crocodile.
Yes.
Well, I can't tell from the front.
You should be able to tell from the front they have different mouths.
Yeah, alligators is a lot more chunky.
Crocodiles have a much more narrow snout.
I know, but usually I can only tell from the side.
And it's an alligator, not a alligator.
An alligator.
I'm sorry. Don't.
Do you English?
Comet. We are usually very lenient about being grammar Nazis. However, you're mistaking a crocodile with an alligator to an Aussie here. That's insulting.
Yeah.
Alex, I didn't allude to a bunch of birds.
Well.
I could say some pretty scathing things about the U.S. comment, but that's another story.
No, you could just make fun of his state, Alabama.
You live in Alabama.
I don't live in Alabama.
Well, if we're gonna debate which country is better, well then I got a button just for that.
So, welcome to the abyss.
Having a debate about this.
Road trip.
What was the button? What's the button?
Welcome to the abyss.
Another problem I have is like it sort of reaches it's not the middle point, but it does feel like an awkward middle point where it sort of just becomes a tug of war and nothing's really progressing. It's they get into the secret base and then the secret base blows up. The bad guys get into the human base and then they kill them all.
Yeah,
That was a little bit.
Early Getter
tedious.
Robo. Early Getter Robo is definitely a product of its.
It's a product of its time.
Yeah,
Where
I'd be more.
essentially it's a lot more episodic.
I'd be more understanding if the chapters weren't so long. If the chapters being so long, I kind of want something to happen. Something significant. But that's just a small thing. I enjoyed everything before and after that point.
Well, those criticisms do get addressed in Getter Robo Go. Getter Robo G, the direct sequel, however, just kind of continues the trend.
Yeah.
And
Because Getter Robo G was done directly after Getter Robo.
I think what
Go
what also can explain is this manga was running right alongside the Toei anime at the time, so they kind of I got a feeling Kinjikawa's like, well, we'll do our best with the manga we have, but we also gotta make sure there's enough content for people to enjoy in the anime as well. So.
Well, it's also just a model that Dynamic Productions, like Gonagai and Ken Ishikawa's company, like that group. That tends what they do is that they have first couple chapters do a more of a direct continuation, directly continue, and then in the middle it becomes episodic in nature, and then at one point Gonagai just goes, I'm bored with this, I'm gonna end it, I'm gonna end the story.
Gonagai, we could talk all about Gonagai later. That man's
but usually as soon as he says that, expects your supporting cast survival rate to go down.
But yeah, I agree with a lot of your stuff, SGD. The plot wise it's pretty light and kind of episodic. Where what most people usually agree with is where the manga really shines is the character work and the characterizations.
Yeah, I do enjoy the characters.
Who's your favorite?
Probably have to say Ryoma.
Yeah.
Team Ryoma!
See, I don't know if this is controversial or not, but I'm gonna be a little different. I actually like Hayato a little more.
A very respectable choice.
I like
Who do you
Hayato, but
pick,
I like Ryoma a little bit more than Hayato.
Fair enough. Chelsea sister, view video of alligator crocodile on Casual Geographic. Well, there you go, Comet.
Hey, Nat, what team are you on? Which of the 3 Getter pilots do you want?
Really, at the loss to say who's my favorite because they're all just nut jobs in their own special way.
Darn it! I was expecting you to make a joke. I was expecting you saying Musashi score.
I love Musashi. I sure hope I could get to see more of him. Oh.
Man, I love Benkei. I hope I can see more of them.
Oh.
Oh. Man, I love Guy. I hope I can see more of it. Oh. All right, Baku. Please don't die on me.
Actually, Baku's probably the only other Getter 3 pilot besides Benkei Musashibo to survive.
Yeah, that's the joke. And Ryoma was technically the 3rd Getter pilot.
Yeah, he was technically the 3rd Getter pilot in Go.
and he got absorbed. The 3rd Getter pilot can never catch a break until Baku comes along. Because Baku is such a Chad, apparently.
Even though he didn't really get much characterization.
He had a lot more characterization in the anime than in the manga.
Well, true. But we'll talk about the anime later, so. So overall, you enjoyed Getter Robo, SGD?
Yeah, I appreciate how the opening didn't really waste much time, but then the ending does get pretty rushed. It's Ryoma loses his memory. Suddenly, demons. The dinosaur empire just like peace out. The end.
Yeah, you could blame Toei for that. Toei, because at the time they were also doing the anime alongside the Toei, and actually you can also blame Go Nagai for that as well, because Go Nagai and Toei were like, okay, Ken, I know you're writing the anime and the manga, but do us a favor. We need you to kill Ryoma. What? Kill Ryoma, so that way we could show the children that your heroes are not invincible. But I don't want to kill Ryoma. Well, who are you gonna kill then? Well, I don't want to kill any of them. Well, you gotta kill someone. Okay, fine, I'll kill Musashi. Good job, Ken.
Go to guy! Look, I don't want to be a psychotic murderer like you! What do you mean? Kill him!
Wait, you're telling me Toei wanted someone to die? Toei, the same company which had a bunch of kids being hit by missiles by digital giant monster dinosaur cyborgs, and they walk it off like it's nothing.
This was 70s Toei.
Yeah, I know.
Toei.
This was Toei in the 70s.
Even in the 70s, Toei was always a pain.
Yeah, they were always a pain, but they were a different form of pain.
The Virgin Toei to chat Subaraya. Chelsea says the robot looks like Perfect Cell from Dragon Ball.
I can see that.
A little. I could kind of see it.
It could be that this is not would be ever confirmed, but it is possible that Akira Toriyama was inspired by.
There is always the chance that a lot of stuff it can be inspired by Getter Robo, even if it's not outright said, because again, Getter Robo was such an influential franchise to not just mecha, but
you could buy a Getter Robo cane.
A Getter Robo cane.
Pilaf and his gang have a robot which was 3 pieces that combined.
I don't know. But if that's the case, that's probably again inspired by Getter Robo.
It's been a while since I read the manga.
In fact, in that I forgot what that show called, that Disney show with the frogs.
Amphibia.
Amphibia,
yeah, there's a reference to Getter Robo in there.
It's the vegetable monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had the peel-off machine.
Yeah, like a lot of stuff. If you really, it may never be outright said, but they could most likely be inspired by Getter Robo. I would say actually, the more I look at Gunbuster's design, it reminds me a lot also of Getter Robo a bit. The head shape kind of is a little bit like Getter Robo G, but those broad shoulders are like Shin Getter. Like a lot of things could be inspired by Getter Robo. It's just usually never outright stated unless otherwise. So, but yeah, it warms my heart, SGD, to know that you enjoyed Getter Robo.
Yeah. If you like Super Robot stuff, this is probably worth checking out.
Yeah. It has stakes, Micah. I'm sorry, I had to say that.
Yeah, I don't get Micah's contact manga. It's very decompressed. Like these are like I never really saw that issue in any manga I've read, and it's long chapters, but they're not decompressed, which is good.
Yeah. Okay, looks like chat's a little quiet now. So with that said, we can now move on to Not's topic. Now, he's also covering a manga. It's a different manga, though. Now, most me and Not have read this manga, and this manga's, it's something.
Yeah, based on what I heard, I haven't read it myself, but what I heard is, It's something.
It's
something, all right.
It's something, all right.
Not sure if it's good or anything.
Well, let's hear what Not has to say about it.
So I am nearing the end of the manga right now. I have been reading it as you guys have been talking.
Live reaction.
Oh, live reaction. This should be interesting. It's, but which okay.
At first, for 2 cents.
Would you agree though that it's something?
Oh yeah, it is something. Getter Robo Devolution is a reimagining of the quote unquote reimagining of the original Getter Robo. It is made by the same team who has brought us the Ultraman manga, which is the newest manga that came out, which had for those of you who may be in the know, was adapted to an anime that Netflix acquired.
Right.
They're the ones who.
For a second, I thought you were about to say Gridman, and then I would have made the joke about
no, Gridman saw Studio Trigger. Chelsea says looks like Neon Genesis Evangelion. Well, Chelsea. Well.
Yeah. Let me before we jump tall. We jump long distances from a single bound. So it is a reimagining in the sense of, yes, this is Ryoma. This is the 3 main pilots: Ryoma,
Hayato, Musashi.
and Musashi. They're. Well, yeah. I was going to give it away later, but okay.
We'll talk about it. Chelsea says, "What am I wrong? I'm sorry." No, Chelsea, you're not wrong. Trust me. Trust me.
Well, okay. So basically, it is a reimagining until it isn't. And if there's one thing, I could give Devolution, is that it does, very early on, it does change right out of the gate of what it is. So instead of trying to reformat itself to the original story of Getter Robo, where a robot was created in order to address a threat to our world, and Professor Satame needs to go and find 3 willing individuals who can manage to withstand the incredible demands of the Getter Robo in order to in order to save the day, and then it became to where it becomes okay. So the enemy you're fighting, come down with me, Ryoma. The enemy you're fighting, the devolved bodies. The reason why they're fighting us is to get to this, the fragment of Emperor, which around the gate kind of confirms that yes, there is not only is Getter Emperor a major element of this world, it is this world is one of many. This world is one of many that in which the fragment of Emperor is something that keeps jumping between worlds and worlds every time one gets destroyed, and so the entire I would have to say the first part of this entire manga is trying to stop the
Devolve.
Is trying to stop the de-evolved bodies from trying to reclaim the fragment of Emperor and evolve into destruction. So very early on, I did have a lot of impressions of Neon Genesis Evangelion, because it describes a situation where the main pilot has to prevent a mysterious yet dangerous organic being from flaming an object which will bring about the apocalypse.
Hopefully, Dr. Satame isn't big brain to trap Ryoma inside the Getter Emperor and stab him with a spear, then cause all humanity to become orange putty.
Well, humanity wouldn't become orange pudding, they would just become one with Getter.
Oh yeah, that's true. Darn it! Get him! Jokes.
They become fleshy mechanical mess.
Exactly, they become one with Getter.
And then everything changes without letting anything settle. So it's revealed that not only is there a Ryoma from a different world, the world we exist in the world that we're accustomed to right now isn't real.
Great! Thanks! Thank you for ruining the tension!
So basically, of course, we get twist number one is that, in this world, Getter Emperor already exists, and the twist is that we're not piloting. Our main three heroes isn't piloting the Getter Robo, the OG classic Getter Robo. They're piloting Getter Emperor.
What?
Quote unquote Getter Emperor.
Quote unquote, but Getter Emperor is still like the main mech of this entire work is Getter Emperor. Yeah. Even within this whole within the simulated world and the new world, in the real world, the reality as they like to call it. So it's kind of this. The entire story shifts gears into until Dr. Satame had this big brained idea that came out of nowhere. It's like he realizes, bro, I'm in a simulation.
Ryoma, listen to me. We're in the Matrix. What's a Matrix? Shut up, Ryoma.
It's like we're in a simulation. And the reason this simulation exists is because the other me created it in order to not test the ideas of what the Getter rays are, but just figure out a way to, try to come up with a plan to get out safely. It's a personification of, to describe this in a way that makes sense. It's if we had an entire mini movie where we explored one of the worlds that Doctor Strange was looking into to try to come up with the end game.
So basically, we're in Getter What If.
Not even that.
So Getter, so it's like Getter Robo. No, it's like I'm sorry. This is a very confusing work because it never really takes time to settle down and try. Well, it does explain to you what this is, but it's in that anime thing where it can't help but
explain it.
Well, not over-explain, just it can't help but explain it in abstract terms.
Pretentious. It's 2000 anime writing. Great.
Well, it's like oh, Dr. Saltome, why is this happening? Well, you see, hey Ryoma, have you ever thought of the idea of fighting against God? Just fucking say you're in a simulation.
Hey,
it's like,
hey, writers, can you please stop writing in the 2000s anime style, please?
Just say you're in a simulation. It's like one of the. It was like season 1 episode of Rick and Morty, was Rick and Jerry like, don't you get it, Jerry? We're in a simulation inside of a simulation.
So the entire thing so it was like, but again, I do have to compare it to NGE again. It's not the fun type of abstract where you can read into things and come up with your own conclusion. It's the worst type of abstract where they keep dangling a carrot over your head going, it's like, oh man, you're gonna get it, you keep reading it, you're gonna get it. Screw
okay,
you.
Ryan Johnson, stop!
Is that old Geico commercial with the guy with the money on the fishing like, oh, you almost had it. Oh, you gotta be quicker to that. But some money dangling its plot lines just like, oh, you almost had it. You gotta be quicker to that.
So, like, while that's going on, Ryoma's going through his own sort of struggles, and it's kind of weird. Because this Ryoma of Devolution is still kind of himself, but he's made in this sort of reimagined way where he's dealing with the issues of his life. He's dealing with the issues of his life and trying to come out with a way of, coming out on top. Because in this world, Ryoma, both his parents were killed, presumably in a gang sort of way, because he finds their bodies hanging from their necks in the rafters of his dojo while they were bisected. Bisected from torso to from upper body to lower.
Really? That is stupid! That is stupid! Stupid? How do I spell stupid?
Okay.
Oh, edgy boo crap!
Well, the devolution is something.
Oh no, I am scared of reading it myself because if I ever do like a 2 sentences, like, devolution. I think I need to do like a live stream or to read it there so I can laugh at it.
Here, I'm gonna post something I found on the internet that just perfectly encapsulates Getter Robo Devolution for like the first half, and then it just.
No.
That's no. You're saying no, but that's literally what it is. It's.
Oh no!
So,
No! No! Never the two shall meet unless it's Super Robot Wars.
That's literally what it starts off as. It's.
And Ryoma's average, his normal everyday boring school life gets interrupted after a de-evolved body crushes not only his classmate but Michiro.
Oh yeah, Michiru.
I'm sorry, Michiru. Yeah, Michiru, who's not related to Satume in this world in any way, which is kind of weird for a simulation, but whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. This makes me actually appreciate Getter Robo Go more. The part where it's revealed that everyone and the Satome Institute, except for Hayato Ryoma, got destroyed by the Getter race. Yes, including the boy, including Genki, including Michiru. So all your characters that you love, yeah, they're gone. Like, even though the ending seemingly implied only Satome, like the only one you saw in real, but yeah.
So she dies in such a way. She dies in such a way where she also gets bisected, and she's also missing an arm, which I believe must, unless I'm wrong, it must be a reference to Devilman.
Ha.
She dies in Devilman with her head, with the waifu head on stick.
No. Massive spoilers for a 6-year-old manga. Akira.
What?
Akira's death in Devilman. Remember when, at the end of Devilman, when Earth is destroyed, Akira's only upper body is intact, and Satan's like, "Oh man, I love you, Akira. I'm sorry we had to fight. Oh shit, you're dead."
And he's talking about how, I was like you. God wanted to destroy my world.
Devilman's ending. Satan's like, "Akira, I love you." Oh shit, you're
dead.
Also,
it's like,
I was like, you're dead. Maybe I shouldn't have gone against God.
No. Well, here's the thing. Akira, the whole thing at the end, his whole speech was talking about how Akira Repeat was doing the same thing that Satan or Rio was doing, had done in the past, where he was trying to do the same thing that he was trying to do to save his world from God, and so he ultimately continued the cycle, and how it cost him his friend.
Yes, and Satan feeling hopeless, knowing that he lost his friend more than once, knowing that he's in an infinite repeating hell.
Yeah, of his own making. Each time, it's his fault. But he could easily easily
well, now we're
stop the cycle by not trying to destroy the world.
All right, yes. Well, now we're getting to a Devilman tangent. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Michiru, her role is to act as a sort of quantum version of herself, where she's also naked for some reason. Why
not? No.
Because
No,
Ninja.
it's not meant to be titillating because
It's
you don't really.
So, no, okay. This manga, you're describing this. This seems like a manga that seems to be purposely made to tick me off on Getter Robo with its overly edgy.
Ninjano, the best way I could describe the nudity in here is you remember that episode in Neva where Shinji is like absorbed into the LCL and he sees all the women in his life naked?
It's that slow. Oh. So it's basically pointless. It's pointless, like pretentious.
Well, I don't know about that, but
Well, so it's like she basically serves as this idea, like this evolving idea for Ryoma, that he needs in order to make sure that everything in his life stays the way he wants it to be. He needs to accept his role as the protagonist. And I'm knowing where this series is going to end up. Knowing where the ending is going to end up, because I did have a prior talk about this with Changus sometime when it becomes a sort of interesting. It does become a sort of interesting, an interesting dilemma. You know, it becomes an interesting idea that they're throwing around, where the character you see right in front of you is like Ryoma. You know, he tends to he has the violent killer's rage like Ryoma, but there's something missing about him that it doesn't really that would make him that doesn't make him fully the protagonist yet. And so the entire book of Devolution, which touches upon the theme of humanity, of evolution, is that he will evolve into the character that we know and love. It doesn't work. I don't think it works in this regard because other than the dream sequences that Ryoma has throughout the entire book, it doesn't really get touched upon. It doesn't really get touched upon a lot. His to the point that his relationship with Hayato is reduced down to, I think, Hayato going, I think you're a pissant half-assed crybaby. I'm going to kick you because I am also the taskmaster. I know karate. It is like.
Wait, they made What did they do with Hayato?
What? Hayato is more or less the same, except he's kind of less interesting.
He's a twink.
It's like.
My brain is not processing twink. What's that?
So Ryoma doesn't go to recruit Hayato. Hayato was already recruited during the beginning. Him and Musashi before Ryoma was.
Okay.
Ryoma was ever.
So we're in a Shin Getter versus Neo situation. Yeah, because Guy and Joe were recruited before. So.
Oh. Yeah, you could make that argument.
And Hayato's motivation for being, motivation for wanting to join, the Satomi, the Getter team is that Satome holds the key of what this world truly is. And I'm not sure if I'm getting this wrong, but I really wish Chasame doesn't end up just becoming the antagonist again. Because
he wasn't.
Oh, go ahead.
He wasn't necessarily the antagonist. Well, okay, it is kind of weird. How do you? Saotome is this in this weird position where initially he's kind of framed as both the antagonist and also a secondary protagonist in a sense. It's very weird. It is a little hard for me to describe it because it is interesting because you know the whole idea, you know, oh, we're in a simulation inside of a simulation, Jerry. It's where Saotome is the simulation, quote unquote simulation. Saotome is more like a batshit crazy grandpa who's also like the secondary character, but meanwhile the quote unquote real Saotome is kind of portrayed as a antagonistic role initially, and then they drop that ball.
Either way, I'm kind of getting tired of Saotome being the antagonist because, mainly because of the fact that you're kind of trying to, it's like you're wrecking his character to try to create this sense of this overwhelming sense of conflict.
What have they done to my boys?
They're twinks now.
What have they done?
Saotome in the original, he's mad. You know, he sends killers to go out and you know, to test Ryoma to see if he'd be a good Getter pilot. He will do stuff like that, but there's a sense in Saotome where he values the people who pilot his machines because they sticked it out this long to deal with all of his crazy and nine bullshit.
Saotome for me, at least in manga, he came off as this guy who's willing to go to the most extreme.
He lit his own son on fire once he got infected by dinosaurs.
He's willing to go to the extreme for the sake of the overall good, you know, for the greater good.
For Getter.
Well, yes and no. Saotome in the manga doesn't really become antagonistic until the Getter race make him go crazy.
Which makes sense because it's not. It doesn't just make him an antagonist because it doesn't make him an antagonist with ulterior motives. You know, like a diet.
Gendo.
Like a diet Gendo. And I like that and Armageddon's portrayal of Saotome, where it makes sense as to why he's the antagonist because it always ties back to his research of Getter rays. His research of Getter rays being the one that kind of destroys him from the inside. You know, it's a heel turn that's done like it's a heel turn that completely destroys him. Yeah.
Okay, so we're reaching the 2-hour mark now. So it is almost close.
I will say this. So Getter, I will say this. Getter Emperor's redesign is I enjoy it far enough. Just take off those goddamn those shoulder balls can just go right straight to hell.
Oh. Well, so Emperor's design. Oh, you're talking about the Devolution design. I thought you were talking. Okay, so so I might as well spoil this. Wait, how far are you into Devolution? Not.
I've reached the end of the second. I reached the end of the second arc. So it's they've already revealed. This is a simulation. Simulated Ryoma pulled out the real fragment of Emperor from his chest, which looks like a Zunder core.
Wait, what?
Well, you have to read the manga.
This
okay,
manga, honestly,
so
this is my video.
I know you've read. This is the second time you're reading this, so I don't think you would mind if I spoil what happens afterwards, unless you say otherwise.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so yes, that is Getter Emperor with quotation marks. So in the manga, they explain that the reason why this version of Getter Robo is quote unquote the Emperor is because the fragment of Emperor contains data from all the different quote unquote worlds it's been through, which then it is revealed those were also simulations. Were the simulations half a simulation, Jerry? And so through all those simulations, it has data on it from thousands and thousands and thousands of destroyed simulated worlds, and all that data combined through the power of getaway bullshit forcibly evolves this version of Getter Robo to have the power level on the same level as Getter Emperor. I don't know how that fucking makes sense, but it's what happens. And
Okay.
And so Ryoma, now holding the fragment of Emperor in his hand, he's gonna pull a Musashi move, where he crushes the what looks like the Getter core, and then the world explodes. And that's it for the simulated world. That's how it dies. And then it cuts to the real world, where because that's when because again it was a simulation all along. So the real world Getter team now has the data from this simulated world with this version of Emperor, and through the exact same process, they're gonna forcibly evolve the real world Getter Robo to become the Devolution version of Getter Robo, because in the real world, for some reason, Getter Emperor shows up at Earth's doorsteps and wants to destroy humanity. Why? Because in the original manga, Getter Emperor was specifically stated it's an eldritch horror. It destroys worlds. It consumes everything in its path. It is a monster, but it is a monster with the best intentions for humanity. So why Emperor would show up at humanity's doorsteps and want to wipe them out does not make any sense. And so the reason why they have quote unquote Emperor is because they want to fight Emperor. It's which again it does not make sense, because that's not at all how Emperor was framed in any previous Getter Robo material.
Oh my! So, based on what I heard, the following is a lot better works. You would spend your time, much better time, reading these, consuming these works instead of Getter Robo Devolution.
I would. So.
Let me go through the list.
Shin
Mazinger 0.
Well, yeah, you can read Shin Mazinger 0.
Basically the same thing with that plot twist.
Well, actually, it kind of is similar, but at the same time, different. So throughout the whole thing, the whole point of the simulated worlds was they were simulating worlds to in a sense emulate Mazinger Zero's plot. They're trying to prevent the coming of Emperor, but then the simulated world that we follow, this Saltame is the bigger brain of all the other simulated Saltames, where he realizes, no, all the different Saltames were stupid and retarded. No, we can't prevent the Emperor, so instead, we're going to create the Emperor to fight Emperor.
That sounds... No, it's cooler when you have, like, the idea of Getter Robo Arc battling the...
Well, we'll get to Arc later, but
yeah, there's like we're having Ryoma fight the Emperor to prove that he's stronger, but
Devolution is something.
Yes, Devolution sounds like a terrible manga.
So
a terrible insult to Getter Robo. I'd much rather read the waifu manga.
All right, so to close this off, you got any closing statements? Not.
So I was interested in wanting to read the Ultraman manga because, of course, it is by the same team. And I heard a lot of great, positive things about how it tries to be a sequel. It tries to insert itself as a direct sequel to the 66 television show. And I'm left to wonder, what were they trying to do with the evolution? Because I understand all the parts that's going into making the thing. It is a story about evolution, not only in the literal sense, but in the metaphorical sense, as that theme also takes within Ryoma, as his entire arc throughout. As I said, his entire arc throughout the book, throughout the manga, is evolving to be the Ryoma that we know. It comes up with that interesting idea, but everything it represents sort of the things I kind of dislike about New Getter Robo, where let's just try to crank things up to 10 character-wise, because of course that's what everyone likes. Everyone likes Ryoma being a violent, reckless man. Everyone likes Hayato being a giant sociopathic monster.
Everyone likes that Musashi is hoarding as Shin.
And apparently, Dr. Satame being ingrained science man. And he was never like that. It's just, it's like, to kind of close this out, it's like, Getter Robo to me kind of represents is the definition of the phrase. The meaning of Getter Race is the friends we made along the way.
I mean, you're not wrong.
It's a story. Mazinger Z is a story about about coming to terms with maturity and the responsibilities that you must hold. Getter Robo is about knowing that knowing that you're not alone in this world, and that there's people there who want to help you. They want and you grow stronger through the bonds you make with these people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, believe in them who will believe in you to pull up giant.
Well,
that makes that's similar in a sense.
yeah.
Right? Believe in me who believes in you. It takes that idea from Getter Robo that the Getter is stronger not through just belief alone, but just through the bond you share. Three hearts become one.
Yeah. 3 hearts become one. Stoner Sunshine.
Yeah, and unless you're a guy named Oregon, then you.
Well, also the big brain themes of evolution and all that in the later entries, they still tie back into that central core of camaraderie in the face of hardship. Three hearts are better than one, but what happens if those 3 hearts better than one leads to a galaxy-wide devouring monster? What then?
And humanity seemingly becoming a 40k.
Yeah, so all this time we learned that 3 hearts are better than one, but now we're learning maybe not, because then it could lead to this monster called Getter Emperor.
And humanity using humanity by killing off species of aliens because they keep on attacking humanity. And emperors whose sole goal is to protect humanity ends up becoming.
Well, we could talk a lot more about that when we cover Arc.
Yeah.
Well, be fair.
We've been sprinkling Arc throughout all this.
Because there is a reason why I want to end on Getter Robo Arc. But before we end on Getter Robo Arc, Chelsea says you play video games. Changas, no, I can't play Predator Hunting Grounds with Micah. Not now. So since now we have Nick with us, we can now talk about arguably one of the most better known, and some would argue one of the best OVAs to come out of Getter Robo. Actually,
you guys are gonna have to give me more. I'm trying to figure.
Who are you transforming?
Changus, you might know this. What the fuck is this transformation?
Who are you transforming?
I am legitimately mad at this.
Are you transforming Rhinox?
Yes.
Yeah, Rhinox is a bitch. You gotta look up a video. The instructions don't really help that they give you. It's. I told you, be wary of Rhinox's transformation. It is a pain, and if you don't do things right, things will break on you. Like I already told you, I can't transform Rhinox anymore because last time I did it, there's now stress marks, and if I transform him again, that plastic is gonna break.
Son of a bitch.
I told you, Rhinox, what he needed the same soft rubbery material Kingdom Megatron has. But instead they gave him that hard plastic panels. Like, listen to this. You hear that? That's hard plastic. Alright. Well, in that case, until you're ready, I'm gonna give a little... I'll give a little preface on Getter Robo Armageddons.
You might want to do that.
Okay. Actually, here. Let me find you a video real quick. By Emgo does those just transformation videos. Just gonna say,
hey, hold on, I think I'm almost done with it.
You're almost done?
Yeah.
Here, Here, let me look up MGO.
Hey, we could have not. Hey, not want to do the introduction to set up the OVA for Armageddon?
Yeah, sure. So, Getter Robo Armageddon is it takes place in its own universe, but it is something that is very it is something that what do you call it? That grounds itself within the manga, within Ken Ishikawa's original manga. To tell its story. That story being that Getter Rays are they're the 90. There's it's what I love to call their 90s radioactive radiation. They take things to the extreme.
The extreme.
I was actually glad you were going to go into talking about how this is actually the anime is technically a sequel to an audio drama.
Well, yes and no. Okay, so the audio drama. So to promote this OVA of Armageddon, Ken Ishikawa wrote a short prequel manga called Crater Battle, which you could read in the Getter Robo Saga collection version of Shin Getter Robo manga. And they also produced an audio drama as a prequel to promote the OVA.
It's called The Moon Wars, and the prequel more or less is you wouldn't have to listen to the prequel to understand what happens in Armageddon. It helps because Armageddon kind of drops you into this idea of, Ryoma's in prison. Why is he in prison? He killed Dr. Satome. Do you have a minute? Let me tell you a very long story. And so that's what the Moon Wars was meant to tell you. It's this is what happened. Michiru was killed after an accident. The invaders came down to the invaders were planning on destroying Earth until all the Getter robots of Earth went up to the moon to cut them off and fight them there, with Ryoma leading the charge. And that's how. And then somewhere during that, Satome is suspected of being killed by Ryoma because Ryoma is suspected of killing Satome, who tried to take revenge against Ryoma for what he perceived to be not an accidental death of his niece Michiru, but a murder.
And then it turned out that Hayato was the one who killed.
Well, yes, they don't really explicitly say that though. It's just very, very heavily implied that Hayato killed Satome. Why did Hayato kill Satome?
Protection. Let's just say protection issues.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I can take over a bit to set up for Xenonix's opinion.
Go ahead.
This OVA was originally set by what's that guy's name? I keep mixing up with Ken Ishikawa. Imagawa. Okay, so Ken, I can't do a budget for an anime. Imagawa.
Well,
that's my new name. That's his name now. He is known by Ken. I can't do a budget. Imagawa. So he was tasked to originally do this OVA. One problem
Uh-huh.
At the end of episode 3, he left the project. And he didn't tell anyone about what his plans was. So they got another guy. They got another guy to do it, and the guy they
Jun
brought
Kawagawa.
in, Jun Kawagawa, he ends up being basically involved in somehow in every Getter anime sense.
Well, so Jun Kawagawa, that's how you pronounce it. He was originally the lead animator for Getter Robo Armageddon. And then when Imagawa dipped from production, he took over as the director seat. And ever since then, they were like, because of the positive reception he got with Armageddon, people were like, oh, you did pretty well with Armageddon. Kawagawa, you're now our go-to director for Getter Robo. Okay.
Yeah, and I would say it's better. It would have been interesting to see what Imagawa would come up with in his original take. But I think the direction.
I'm fine with how it went.
No. I think what it ends up, the end product.
Jun Kawagawa. Fun fact: Jun Kawagawa actually directed the first 13 episodes of Transformers Energon. So he helped direct the good episodes of Energon.
He did the good one. It's so embarrassing.
Well, to be fair, Superlink was kind of a different show than Energon, kind of.
Yeah. All right, so Nick, I think we set the stage for you. What?
I don't honestly know what to say.
Well, just like I said, just talk about what comes to your mind. What you think about the OVA? Did you like it?
I thought it was okay.
Okay, that's.
I would have liked to call this segment Shin Getter Robo Armageddon, or why you don't let non-Getter fans explain a Getter Robo plot.
Well, you.
Because I'm gonna be honest. Throughout most of my watching, I said that. Okay, I didn't finish my second viewing. I finished episode 9.
Okay.
That's just because I had so much stuff to do today.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, for like at least just the first 3 episodes, I was like, "The fuck is a Getter?"
Oh,
Dirty Dan followed me. Hey, Dirty Dan, how you doing?
What the hell is a Getter?
What the hell is a Getter?
That's like the first 3 episodes. That's gonna they just throw you in,
So
and if you don't know anything about the Getter, and plus,
There isn't so much that Getter Robo itself. Well, Getter Rays. That's some. It's I don't know what the fuck Saotome's plan was.
That's the result of the 3 to director.
Again, this is because
because
Imagawa
after
dipped.
episode 3, there was a complete directorial shift.
Yeah.
And even the time skip, they even
you also notice there's also a tone shift as well after episode 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also honestly, after episode 3, it becomes a lot. It doesn't. They don't try to confuse you as much because it's like essentially you get a fresh start. Like essentially, the first 3 episodes is just a glorified prologue.
Yeah.
So you're like throw in, and you're like constantly confused about
which was on purpose. Imagawa wanted to set up this mystery of, what is happening, why is all this going on.
What's
Now,
in the box?
it was simple for me to go, Ryomo was imprisoned. That stuff was easy to understand. It was really just like the convoluted, real, big brain stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead.
So the way I've always looked at it is, Kimagoe, he was trying to tie up what Imagashita was trying to write, which was possibly taking from the manga, which I would imagine not only just the original manga, but the other parts of the manga, where he was going to explain Dr. Sasume's goal is to achieve perfection through Getter. It's like if we complete Getter, if Getter were destroy, if Getter were to destroy things, it can also rebuild things. It literally is just that Transformer joke. Getter can destroy Megatron, but it can also give him power. It can also.
If it didn't work with Michael Bay, it's sure hell not gonna work. Didn't get.
Well. Okay. So I would argue one. It's Michael Bay, so
yeah, Michael Bay. Michael Bay is anti-Getter energy.
Also
anti-Getter race.
So Getter race is okay. So let me explain you this, Xenodex. So
it's Changus. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna end up with me saying, no matter how many times you explain it, the fuck is a Getter?
No. We're giving you the most basic thing about Getter race.
This is
Getter
all you.
race.
Okay. So let me explain this in the chat. Let me explain this in the best way possible. Getter race is.
If you can, do it with Bionicle terms.
Getter race is energized protodermis.
I understand now.
I would just say.
My God, that's all I needed to. My God,
I
understand everything now.
You know how.
Oh no!
You know how
he
you
has
said.
An awakening. He's being absorbed into the Shin Getter.
You know how I said. You know how you told me. You remember? I was like, "What the fuck is energized protodermis?" It's like, well, energized protodermis can mutate you, evolve you, or it could kill you. That's exactly Getter race.
Yeah,
understand now.
Another term we have for Getter Robo fans, Getter bullcrap.
Whoa. Getter. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's like, yeah, Getter can be bullcrap. So it's they're like, it's like if you want to go for literary terms, it's a very soft magic system or a soft power system where it is super flexible. It's
energized. Okay, it's energized protodermis that's powered by sheer willpower. If you believe hard enough in the energized protodermis, it will do wonders.
I understand now.
And then sometimes it wants to consume you and make you part of the energized protodermis.
And it's also sentient, like energized protodermis.
Yes, it literally is energized protodermis. So
that's all you guys need to say.
So basically,
does that mean Bionicle was inspired by Getter Robo?
I don't know. Who knows? We all may never know.
Here's something I was thinking about. Toa Kaida.
Yeah, three robots become one robot. Combiners, which again wouldn't be there without Getter Robo.
Yeah. So anyway, continue. What are your other thoughts?
So you said the plot was a little confusing. Well, okay, so
I would say the basic plot was easy to understand. It's when you start, it's the stuff you need to think about that really makes me go, what?
Yeah. Okay, so what you think about the characters, though?
Oh, I like them.
You like
Favorite character?
Benkei.
Benkei? Hey, we got a Benkei lover!
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Benkei and this is the best version of Benkei.
Yeah.
I am gonna say like this is the best version of Benkei because all other versions of Benkei is just Musashi 2.0.
Well,
Just there to die.
what's actually kind of funny is there was Benkei's short-lived character arc in the Shin Getter Robo manga. It was actually a statement that Benkei's whole thing was trying to not be a Musashi 2.0, but at the end of the day, he kind of ends up becoming Musashi 2.0 with and then Getter Dragon becomes Shin Getter Dragon, that whole thing.
Yeah, but oh my god, who is the best waifu?
I mean, that you're kind of not giving me too many like.
it's a trick question. Yes, it's Kai. Kai is.
It's K. It's
K.
It's also kind of clever. Do you get it? Why she's K, Benkei?
Benkei. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, did you expect that twist to happen?
No.
Okay. Yeah,
Whoa.
that too caught me off guard.
Alright, wait, hold on. What are you gonna say, Nod?
Well, it's like I would imagine. Like Nick would react to the twist as much because he didn't know that Genki was meant to be a boy.
Yeah, I was more like, huh.
My favorite line. I'm just gonna say this right now. My favorite line from the Getter Robo dub is Benkei just going to Musashi. It's such a shame Genki had become autistic.
Consistent. And what's funny is the two times I like. Okay, this really only happened only for like the first part of my second viewing, but like it was like every time I tried to watch this, something out of my control impaired my enjoyment of it in a little bit. Because the first time I plowed through it, but I was actually very tired because it was the start of my new school schedule.
Ah, right.
So that fucked over my sleep schedule. And my sleep schedule's already fucked. Literally, I only had 2 hours of sleep last night.
I wonder why your sleep schedule's screwed up. Shankus, I need you to look up a Family Guy clip.
Don't make your look going up now.
Hey, I don't know why I don't know why. I don't know why.
Guys, hear me out.
Hey, Changers.
We put Peter in a getter.
Oh god, no, please. I don't. If it was old Family Guy, we'll talk. But if it's current Family Guy, please don't.
Yeah.
Changus, I need to ask. Are we able to actually show Family Guy clips because we're now on Twitch?
I don't think so. I think the copyright system still is the same. If we were to do it, it's gotta be like EFAP style, where we gotta like pause every few seconds.
Damn.
And that.
And the second time, I had a huge migraine.
Oh, that's right.
Man, you're unlucky.
Yeah.
Comment.
What do you do? Let me see what he posted. Comment stop. Oh my god, no.
Hey Lois, remember the time I was piloting a robot?
Oh my god. Comment. I didn't need to see Peter as Ryoma.
He's speaking in Lois's tombstone because Lois is playing the female lead. The female.
I just thought of something. I just thought of something very fucking cursed.
What?
Peter is K.
Stop.
I told you it was cursed.
Nick, when you said it's like I tried to watch it, yeah, I got it. I was reminded of my favorite David Lynch moment, where he was describing the time of going to Skywalker Ranch. It's
I had that headache coming back. I literally had that moment where I'm like, guys, I don't think I could cover this. I think you guys could do a better job than I could.
Well, but remember, at the end,
was that night, I'm like, oh god, no, I don't want to do this. It's more like, I feel like because you guys would give it better justice than I would.
Well,
here's
it's
the
not
thing. This is your first Getter anything, other than like maybe if you watched Micah's Super Robot Wars streams. Like this is like your first exposure to the Getter saga, and I'm a bit too much of like a fanboy. I love Getter Robo Armageddon. It's like
it's
my
great.
top 10 anime, and along with Arc, like it's like one of the peak super robot stories. Period.
So I got really hooked my first viewing during like the second to last episode where the Getter teams are basically fighting against Sao Tome and Dr. Stinger and Cohen. Like how they in that like just the scene where like they grab against the Getter parts to prevent them from combining.
Oh yeah, that is actually from that is also from manga too.
What's great? So what is great about Getter Robo Armageddon is that it is its own thing, but like all the other Getter Robo OVAs, it does take disparate elements from the manga as well.
Okay, completely off topic. Rekdar's like wheel blade is a bit warped, but I'm pretty sure that's intentional considering, you know, Junkion.
What could be considered a flaw has now become a feature.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, so but the thing
we could talk more about what's great about Armageddon, but at the end of the day, Nick, this whole thing was I just wanted to hear what you thought of this OVA. What was your experience with it?
Okay, second time watching it, I had the headache again.
Yeah.
But like after the first 3 episodes, I was like, I think I liked this from at least episode 4 onwards better than I did the first time.
Wow.
I actually ended up liking the first 3 words.
Yeah, the first 3 episodes.
Again.
It's
George, I'm getting a headache again.
Which
like
again,
it's
because again, Imagawa was like, I'm gonna set up this cool mystery after episode 3. Okay, see ya guys. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. He goes to Calgo. You're cool. Fuck you. I'm out.
Yeah, and then it's like, okay, time to do Giant Robo. Nothing
can go wrong. Oh shit, Toei is not letting me do Giant Robo.
Alright, let's do Mazinger. That'll surely nothing could go wrong there.
And yet
What went wrong?
I screwed up that bad. Okay, time to retire from the animation industry.
Well,
become a taxi driver.
Wait, he's a taxi driver now?
Oh, that's what I heard. Like,
wow.
Like, that's how much shame he apparently had, according to Deimos.
Wow.
After
Whoa.
Mazinger Edition C. That's how bad he felt.
I will say objectively his work wasn't the best, in my opinion. Well, except it appears his shining child is G Gundam, and that appears to be it. His G Gundam is his baby.
It's just that, as I joke, he can't budget a show apparently. He has
Off
horrible.
Off topic. I'm messing with Rekgar, obviously.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure Junkkeep is gonna be like at best a new head retool. I'm just the only thing I ask is that they're able to write each
They're
other.
able to write it. I want that feature to happen as well.
That's all I need.
That's all I need as
Hey.
well.
That will get me that if that. if
That's how
possible,
I'll
that's
display my
possible,
Rekgar.
I will get Junkkeep if he's able to to ride Rekgar.
Yeah, if Rekgar can write Junkkeep, I will get both of them.
Yeah.
All right, so back on topic. What is your favorite episode?
Favorite episode? Probably the one that's basically just the thing.
Episode 8, yes.
Yeah.
AKA, I also know is like, oh, time to bring out the Gona guy trope of, hey, we got this monster, have all these innocent people trapped on it, so you can't hit them, otherwise you're gonna kill people.
It's also what's also great about episode.
Real, fuck that.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
episode 8 features what it's such a simple design, but it's so cool. Black Getter Robo.
Oh, yeah.
It's just literally a normal Getter 1, but with brass knuckles.
With a face mask, they put irises on the eyes,
And the only reason why Black Getter Robo is black in the first place is not because Ryoma painted it that way. It's because the paint literally burned black re-entry into the atmosphere.
Yet the cloak survived. That's how awesome it is.
It's
Metal.
It's such a simple but cool design.
Yeah.
Black Getter is the nation explosion robot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
I love Black Getter Robo.
Yeah, and
So, but we do need to move on. So, you got any? Well, I would love to, but we do need to cover Arc, and we're already 2.5 hours into this stream. So,
okay.
I would love to discuss. I love Getter Robo. I would love to discuss more about this, but we do need to move on.
So does that mean we're gonna get another Getter special?
We'll see.
Because we
no.
still got
Well, we'll see. Look,
we still got manga to cover. We got.
I'm gonna be
Well-
honest. It was.
So I do.
Just be lucky. Just be
Yeah.
glad. Just be glad I watched Armageddon.
I will.
Wait, does that
I'm
mean
willing to.
you don't want
look,
to absorb
look,
any more Getter?
Not really.
Oh.
Because okay, so if like Armageddon is like considered one of the best like art pieces of Getter Robo, if not the best, I think Getter Robo is just not for me.
Oh.
Ooh,
I'm not gonna lie, Dick. That
hurt.
that hurts.
That hurt.
and I'm saying this as someone who, I'm saying this as someone who was able to enjoy Armageddon. I just I don't know, just something just didn't click.
You know,
Nothing I disliked, just nothing that made me want to want me to like watch more.
Yeah, that heartbreaking ending.
Yeah, it's fine.
Don't remind me. It's bad enough that I'm hearing that. Hey, Lisa, you could actually pinpoint the exact moment where his heart breaks.
God damn it.
yeah, both me and Jane, my heart is breaking because
Well, even if we didn't make a believer in Nick, at least he said it. You know, at least he said positive things about the series. So this winning streak could continue.
I guess. I will not lie. I will not lie, Nick. That is very, very heartbreaking to hear. Okay.
If we ever watch Gurren Lagann and you like get a Robo Armageddon,
I don't know. Actually, I don't.
I am gonna be so upset.
No.
Boy, calm down, boy. Calm down.
Well, see, I could totally understand why people would prefer Gurren Lagann. I will do it. You know what? I will do a 2 cents on Gurren Lagann next week. Cause
Darn it!
Are we back to normal? Are we back to normal stuff next week?
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness! I need to go back. I'm better with video essays. I'm better with the big brain.
All right, but I would like to, I think it would be a good thing to compliment.
All the things that I think I had trouble. I was like, It's like I think my problem, like why I prefer the big brain towers is because I'm not really good at explaining plot points.
Or like analyzing plot lines and stuff, other than like I like it.
Not really analyze plot lines because that can fit in big brain. It's more like this happened here, and then plot point A, plot point B, plot point C. I would probably leave stuff out. I would be like,
the review is different for different people. Like some of us prefer to explain the entire plot. Right?
Yeah, me personally, like I'm more kind of in your line where I like to explain some plot details, but I much rather prefer to explain like the bigger picture of.
I like to explain plot details with my review, hopefully, so that I along the way explain the bigger ideas of like saying like what works here, what doesn't work here.
So for me, the only time I would ever really go in depth with plot details if it's something that I would say, who fucking cares about spoilers? I'm just gonna tell you what it is. But if it's something I feel that you should genuinely check out, I will still. It's still gonna be like spoiler talk because that's just how I am. But I mostly would try to keep it as vague as possible when it comes to specific plot details. Because it's me. For me, that's my way of saying. Trust me, you wanna check this out. You wanna read this. But I am gonna do Gurren Lagann next week. I think Gurren Lagann would be a nice complementary subject to Getter Robo, considering just how much it was inspired by Getter Robo, and I like Gurren Lagann, and I'm sorry, Ninjato, if you have a negative opinion on a show you've never watched before, and you're just taking the word of Micah on it.
I'm just doing it to mess with you, but
that is.
And also, I'm putting on my hipster hat. Okay, you see this phone hat? It doubles as a hipster hat.
Look, I'll say, look, I like Micah. He's dead wrong on Gurren Lagann.
I don't know. When your power system means that you can be defeated by a paraplegic, there's something wrong.
My problem with Gurren Lagann isn't the idea itself. It's just it represents that part of. I kind of told you before. It represents that part of anime that everything where everything just went on OCD. Well, not OCD. Everything went on ADD. And where it needs to be loud, it needs to be colorful. Nothing can be introspective, and that's what drives me up the wall. Because dealing with my own ADHD, I don't like things that are flashy. It makes me feel like I'm being insulted.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
you know what?
interesting.
Hey, you know what? After this stream,
I
want to stream Gurren Lagann.
Actually, we gotta do a movie.
Yeah, we gotta do a movie, and plus after this I gotta go out for dinner with the family. So, but like I will do a 2 cents on Gurren Lagann. I think that would be a good complimentary for Getter Robo.
This week I have to watch some episodes.
You don't need to. You don't need to watch the episodes.
Well,
We-
sorry.
We only have to if it's somehow a Gurren Lagann special.
It's not gonna be a special. I will.
It was a pain already trying to find the time to
Look, I'll say this.
But what about?
Next time we do a special stream, I will.
It's gotta be Bionicle.
Well, we gotta finish Bionicle 101 first, and I
Well,
got.
yeah, obviously, but
And I gotta find a time to edit that footage as well. I've been busy, doing the 2 cent stuff along with classwork, so I gotta find a time to edit our Bionicle 101.
Bionicle is more important than both those things.
Well, okay.
What, Jay? What comment?
What about the Gurren Lagann movies?
I like the movies. They do kind of cut out a bit of the filler. I guess we could watch the movies too, but going by what Not says, then the movies are just gonna be more ADHD than.
Okay. I'm ready for the main event.
I don't necessarily agree to an extent with Not, but that's just me. Me personally, I find a charm in how bombastic Gurren Lagann is.
I mostly like.
It's not a bombast. It doesn't slow down, and that's what drives me crazy.
Yes, Dirty Dan. There are Gurren Lagann movies with a different ending than the TV show.
Yeah, there are Gurren Lagann movies. But anyways, so you got any closing thoughts on Getter Robo, though, Nick?
I do. Despite everything I said, I actually have a lot more positives than negatives.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually do give this a recommendation. Because it is like one of those like legendary anime.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everyone should, if you want to get into giant robot anime, everyone should see it at least once. And if they do, they could get into Getter Robo. I might not get into it, but like others can.
We will convert you. You will believe in Getter one day.
Oh, well, we'll see.
You're gonna have to try really hard.
But Xeno Nick, Getter Racer just energized Protodermis.
That made me able to understand the plot, but for some reason, you wanna know what it is? I like Energized Protodermis more than I do Getter Race. But no. I do recommend Shin Getter Robo Armageddon.
Alright. Let's check the chat real quick. Is the ending less of a punch in the nuts? Or are you talking about the ending for Gurren Lagann? If you're talking about that scene, and with Simon and Nia, that scene, not really. It's kind of still a punch in the nuts. Let's see, Dirty Dances, Peter Griffin. Hey Lois, look, I'm instigating human instrumentality. Stop.
There is a picture of Peter as Gendo.
Stop.
No.
Daito
Chris and the
Momodachi
robot.
did a waifu connoisseur with Lois, and in the background, Peter says he punched Shinji in the face and stole his Evangelion, and he's instigating the third impact.
Remember, hey, Lois,
Dang
remember when?
Dang it! Dang comment! Stop!
Hey, Lois, remember when I instigated the third impact? Peter, there was no third impact. Kind of like how there was that.
Let's see,
Alright, well, can we just get to the...
Ray joined the chat for a bit. He says, finally leaving, fuck this store. Oh, good, you're leaving work now? I'm sorry to hear about that. the story. Dirty Dan says, "Get a Ray bullcrap." Obsession.
Comment.
Hey,
Comment.
can we just Shane comment in the chat, please?
Shane,
What?
comment.
What do you? Comment. Stop. I do not make me. Not make
oh my
me.
God.
That,
I look out where I'm at, and then I come back and it's like, what the fuck?
comment. Do not make me make it so you can't post anything in this channel. I don't want to do that, man. Stop. These are These are monstrosities and horrors. I will make it so you can't put anything in the channel.
Look, just because somebody says something as the joke doesn't mean you go online and look for.
Hey Shinji, have you ever kissed anyone on the anniversary of your mom's death?
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
That's my line.
But okay.
So
Go get the arc.
Dirty Dan says, "Get a Ray bullcrap, a subsidiary of New Type Nonsense." Only if we're talking about Unicorn. Unicorn is where New Type Nonsense is really.
Hence why Unicorn, the Gundam Unicorn, is stupid.
Well, the mech is fine. The show itself.
No, the mech is stupid.
Full frontal is the epitome of Unicorn Rider going. Frankly, I don't know what the fuck new types are.
Frankly, I don't know why we painted the unicorn all white with the red underline
Okay. Enough with
other army colors.
Look.
To make it more obvious that it's the GM.
Look, there's a simple way to stop this debate from ever happening. Okay, the Banshee is better.
Yes, the Banshee is better because it makes sense. The color scheme makes sense.
Well, I don't know if it makes sense, but I just like the Banshee's design better.
And it's all black.
And the real grade is what, like $60 on Amazon when it's like $40 on every other store. Screw off Amazon. But anyway,
screw the Banshee, screw the Unicorn. The Belariant is better.
Yeah.
You mean the big crab thing? that Jared rides? Really?
Everyone knows the best mobile suit out there ever to exist is the Big Sam.
Yes, the walnut legs. Totally the best.
The Big Sam has legs for days. Big Sam is praise the Big Sam.
Sorry, I prefer my Dorito Gundam. Thank you very much.
Psy Gundam.
The
Dirty Dan. Oh, hey, Big Sam. I get that reference. I miss. I know this has been said a lot, but I miss when Game Grumps was funny.
No. The best mobile suit is the ball.
The ball. Only Shiro can make the ball work. All right. So enough dilly-dallying around. We can now finally move to the big topic, the one to end our stream of the day. And I'm gonna move my avatar just a bit lower here.
Yes, the best Getter Robo story.
Well, debatable, but I would say it is one of the best Getter Robo stories. Dirty Dan says also Superior Gundam is F91 because it's the smallest.
I prefer Crossbone. I like my Dorito Gundam and Crossbone.
I still need to read Crossbone.
Yes, read that instead of Gurwa God.
Dirty Dan says also one of the most powerful in UC. That is true. And no, Luciano, I will say you should check out Gurren Lagann. If you can't get into Gurren Lagann, that's fine, but I still say it's worth checking out. Okay, so my topic to end this off is Getter Robo Arc, the anime specifically. Now, I did do a previous 2 cent stream where I talked about how Getter Robo Arc, the anime was a good adaptation. This is less of that discussion, but more just a retrospective. Not just the anime, but the status this anime holds as the last story of Ken Ishikawa ever wrote for Getter Robo that got adapted. This is Getter Robo arc holds a special status as this is the culmination of everything of Getter Robo. Everything from Getter Robo, both in the manga and as a franchise, has led up to this moment. And I will say, retrospectively speaking, it does have its qualms, it does have its criticisms. However, it is still worth watching, and I thoroughly enjoyed my time and experience with Getter Robo arc. So before I go into like the themes and stuff, so I will say, to start off right about, I guess we should talk about retrospectively the elephant in the room, the animation and art style. The animation shows its budget, to say the least. I will say this. I don't know what the production was like behind this anime, and I wish Getter Robo arc did have much superior quality of animation. However, I was still able to access in a enjoyable manner with what we got. It is a shame that the animation, especially compared to the OVAs, it is very, very lackluster, and it's not because it uses CGI. I find that argument fucking retarded. That the animation is bad because they're using CGI robots. Bullshit. I find that a stupid argument because anime, especially now, have shown that CGI for your mecha is not a bad thing.
I can provide a one for TV shows. Knights of Magic. Knights of Magic actually use CGI for their mech fights, and
well, here's another one. The Gridman stuff, both SSS Gridman and Dynazenon both use CGI. Gridman leans more on the tokusatsu, but Dynazenon leans heavily into the super robots, and I will say that
it's literally a combining robot.
And I will say the CGI in Dynazenon was pretty well executed. Chelsea says, "I gotta go. Bye, guys. All right, have a good day. Good night, Chelsea."
I had to hit the hay.
Oh, you gotta go to comment. Okay.
Oh, you have to go. Have a good night, Blackham.
Okay.
My problem with CGI in mecha shows, and I guess just CGI in anime in general, is that it is used as a as a cost cutting measure, and at the same time it sticks out like a sore thumb because what were you gonna say, Shane?
No, I was just gonna say I agree. It's
because one of my favorite examples of this is Ad Nora Zero, where you would where there's just an entire where it's I think it's the second episode. There's an entire scene where just two characters are talking, and it is the mech in the background. There's the mech in the background, and it's obviously CGI, and it's standing there, and it doesn't look like it belongs in the frame. And I compare that to something NGE or Gundam, to where you would have a scene, you would have the same scene like that, and the animators lovingly drew the Unit 1, or in my case the Zeta Gundam in this way where it feels like it belongs in the scene. It has a presence. There's something impressive about it.
I would actually give a counter argument about it. Is that there are actually cases where you see obvious cost cornering measurements that actually does affect enjoyment, like in Evot, the final scene before.
Well, that's anime production in general. You're trying to save as much money as possible while giving the best quality product you can, while saving as much money as possible.
Here's another example, like the worst example I have seen anime made a cost-cutting measure that heavily affected the story. SGD prepared the meme. Yes, it's blue gender. In episode 5, you had the blue invading this village.
Wow.
Like, perfect time to do an animated bloodbath. Like, this is a horror series. You are expecting either intense action or bloody messes. And you know what that episode does not provide? Neither. They purposely just showed frames of the blue implying of crossing the villages, but instead of actually showing the detail of how each of the books.
All right.
So what I'm trying to say is, yeah, sure, you may bring up, this may be as a cost-cutting measure too, but even then, a lot of anime is just still frames because it's shot on greens. So you're really just seeing, a still image with gum slapping most of the time, but with really nice detailed backgrounds.
Yeah, but like, so you do bring up a point, but I still think my argument is just solely blaming the animation being bad because it uses CGI in the first place. I think that's not a well put together argument. Like the argument is that because it uses CGI in the first place, that's why the animation is bad. I disagree. Dirty Dan says CGI is like nudity. It's got to be used tastefully, artistically, otherwise it's obvious and doesn't work.
Yeah, there are points where CGI does work. If I can talk about Digimon for a second, there's Appmon uses very heavy amounts of CGI. Specifically, any Appmon above the standard grade is CGI, save for one specific Appmon. And there's Warudamon, and she has a very detailed design. Like, animators hated drawing Cell. Animators would have hated drawing her too. And some of those designs, like, it's a lot easier to appreciate her appearance in 3D than 2D, and the fact that Appmon are fighting other 3D Appmon in a 3D environment makes it a lot less jarring. But then on the other hand, you can have CGI like in the Ava rebuilds, where the entry plugs are inserted by a CGI animated machine rather than the traditional 2D like the original show, which that's something which it's not as tasteful. So there are good times and bad times. Like, it's a lot harder to appreciate the 3D entry plug insertion to the 2D.
I think.
So,
oh, go ahead.
I think something like Bakugan started a new series a while ago. I think the Bakugan were 3D, which really. And the quality of the CGI is also a big thing. Like, Appmon has good CGI for as bad as the rest of the show is, but the Bakugan show had the kind of CGI you expect in anime, and that's not the CGI you want to see in a TV show, especially when everything else is 2D.
Yeah, I think one of the best uses of CGI is when you can make it so it's able to blend in as best as possible with the 2D animation.
Yeah. Our war game, Infamon, I swear is 3D. There's no way he's 2D, but he looks really good.
Yeah, like
I would say. Oh, sorry.
here's a Gundam example. Recently, some of the Gundam stuff have been using more CGI than 2D animation. Apparently Bandai likes to save all their 2D animation for the Build series. Which okay. Here's a recent example would be Hathaway's Flash. Most of the Mobile Suits fights was all CGI, but I would say the CGI in Hathaway's Flash was done in a way where, yes, they are, you could tell they're 3D models, but the way they're modeled and shaded, and the way they move, it blends in as best as possible with a 2D environment.
I would say this though. Generally, the 3D was okay. Then again, it's like most of the time it wasn't in like that detail. It was mostly up in the they put it in like the sky, or they put it in the ocean, or they put it in space. They didn't usually put them had the fights in like deep in the forest or.
Well, true, but okay. So to bring it back to Getter Robo Arc, the anime, the CGI was okay. I can accept it. I can accept it for what it is, but it is a case where the CGI does stick out like a sore thumb. You could tell they're trying their best to kind of make it have this texture of like 2D, but it still sticks out like a sore thumb. Honestly, I think I would say the criticism I would have is, for me at least, the CGI in Arc feels, at least the models they used, feels incomplete. Like they got the models, they got the textures down, but I think they could have gone the extra mile to make it make the textures at least blend in as best as possible with the 2D environments. That like what I'm Ninja, what I'm trying to say here is I did enjoy you know this because we watched this together. I heavily enjoyed Arc, but I cannot deny. I just can't deny that the animation, unfortunately, especially compared to the OVAs, doesn't really stand up.
Well, I would say this. I would agree with you. Like, remember our earlier discussion about like animation?
Mm-hmm.
I think this is like heavily into like the art style department rather than
yes and
weakness.
Well, see, yes and no, so that's another thing I need to bring about the animation. I was criticizing the 3D animation. The 2D animation, however, I can also criticize with one of the biggest criticisms is character models aren't always on model. And you could bring up you could bring up the argument that, well, to be fair, the designs weren't too consistent either in the manga as well, and they're just trying to be as accurate to the manga, and that's fine, I guess. But then again, this is an adaptation of the manga, but it's not trying to be a straightforward. This is the manga. Like if you wanted to just be completely accurate to the manga, you could have just made a motion comic. I think what you, and also to be fair, I understand Ken Ishikawa's art style is very difficult to animate it because he puts so much detail in his artwork.
Also, it's also weird proportions.
True.
There is a lot of. Is more doughy.
True. There is a lot of proportions, but I think what I would like to see is you have a character model based heavily off of Ishikawa's art style, but you stay consistent to that set model. Character model sheets exist for a reason. So I wish
I didn't notice off-model characters.
I
much, then
did.
again, I wasn't.
Me personally, I did. I was able to. Maybe it's because I'm more into animation. Maybe that's just a personal thing. Me personally, I notice a lot of difference.
Here's the thing. Would you add that as a criticism animation rather than art style? Like, there is a difference between animation and art style.
Maybe
because animation includes animation errors.
True. True. Maybe this is more of a criticism of animation than art style. I still think they should have had a set character model based off of the art style and animated as close as possible to that set model. It feels like
I only remember like one scene where I noticed that.
Well, to be fair, Ken Ishikawa's art style, he does like to exaggerate the character models here and there
I was
comedic. But those are for like comedic moments. I'm talking about moments where it's off, where it's like it's supposed to be serious or like just calm, and it's just a personal thing. I notice that
the only time I noticed that there was an animation error was the scene with the old dinosaur and Ryoma and Baku. Like, I remember, I think it was Baku where something went wrong. Like, that's weird.
Well,
like,
actually, I would also argue the most egregious example of what I'm talking about would be every time they showcase Ryoma. Every time Ryoma shows up in the arc anime, it seems his model is always changing. 1 minute it's accurate to the manga panels, and then the other minute it feels different. And again, like it could just be a me thing. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be because remember, art covers multiple time periods.
True. I still stand by what I said. I think but then again, this is me speaking without any knowledge of the production behind this anime whatsoever. I don't know what happened behind the scenes, what was going on. We won't know till like pretty much later on down the road. So with what I know, with whatever knowledge or I guess lack of knowledge I have, I stand by what I said. I think they should have had consistent character models based heavily off of Ken Ishikawa's art style and animate as best as possible to stay consistent to those models.
Yeah, like of course, I would say it does suffer from the lack of budget.
It could be a lack of budget, but I would like to think that
in time frame, like remember.
True. This is also the fact that this is not an OVA. This is a TV anime. It has to be produced on a schedule. But I can also argue that by that logic, other animes would have the exact same problem. And they do, but the thing is, for some reason in ARC, this is the example I'm trying to provide here is more... Is egregious the right term I'm using? It's much more noticeable. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm going to use. Okay, so I'm not going to do this as a point of. I'm not going to really do this as a point of trying to, trying to saying anything about the trying to say anything about ARC or anything. But it's like I almost compare it to how Berserk 2016 was sort of made, where you have this group of people creating an anime. They're mostly well known for creating an anime. They're mostly well known for creating an anime that its main appeal was that it was cute because it was sort of like it was cute because the animation wasn't as fluid, and there was somehow that makes it adorable. I don't know, you have the anime, you have that studio that makes a cute girls doing tennis show, and you have okay. We want you to make a very highly detailed show like Berserk, which the '97 anime had his own slew of animation problems, but that didn't hinder the show at all. But it's like you have them there, and then you have them learn of an entirely different animation style in order to try to capture that type of detail. The kind of to try to capture that type of detail that the manga is going for. And so, with their inexperience, they created something that can that I can proudly call a gumbo of fuckery.
But you're saying, so are you saying that even though this is very similar to it, it's not this? It's not.
It's like Getter Robo arc is very standardly animated. Like it shows. There's something that I think would competency be a condescending word? I don't think it would. But there's a sense of. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know about competency. I don't think competency was necessarily a problem going on with the production behind this.
There's a sense of the artists know what they're doing. I guess they're like, you would argue that they're pretty much seasoned, but I would argue that I don't think they were as seasoned enough for a show of this caliber.
Maybe, but I'm going based off of, I guess, the lack of knowledge of whatever the production was behind this show. Because at the end of the day, we don't know what it was like to produce the show.
I would argue that the show is still, it's not god awful to look at.
No. I never
so many, and so it's like, yes, it couldn't be better, right?
It could be better.
Of course, this show could really been improved, right?
Yes.
There is animation is just like, I would say one of the things that could have been improved, that could be improved, but that's like the major thing. There are some other stuff that I would personally think like, oh, if this was like 26 episodes, they could have improved this and this and this and this. But
maybe I don't know about 26 episodes. I think 13 episodes was perfect for arc. It wasn't too long. It wasn't too short. I think 13 episodes was just fine with the material they had to adapt.
Yeah, I'm not saying like, oh, it should have been 26 episodes. It's just that, oh, if here's the thing. What I got from arc. I am so satisfied. I am so grateful.
So am I. Do not get me wrong. So, despite, like I said, I have to criticize the show for where its faults are. But despite those criticisms, it didn't hinder my enjoyment of this anime. I loved Arc. I just have to point out this is just my. This is me again, giving my 2 cents on this anime, and me personally, while it didn't hinder my enjoyment, it was a noticeable thing that I should point out. At least I feel I should point out that yes, the animation shows its budget.
Yeah, and I totally agree with your criticism. So I am not against. I am not saying that the animation's or anything. Like, yes, it could have been so much improved. Like there is, but for me, it's like, oh, the general arts, like, again, it's the difference between like graphics in a video game and the art style in a video game. Like, yes, a game could be horribly graphics, like can't run, doesn't look good, but the art style.
True, but
in my opinion,
wouldn't it be better if both the art style and animation
can
hold up to each other?
I am agreeing with you. Yes, I am totally agreeing with you, Shangus. I'm not saying like it's either one or the other. It's just that I'm just saying like both have their place, and of course the best solution is to mix of both. And then we're going down into preference. Do you prefer smoother animations, or do you prefer like a more interesting art style to look at? Like,
so I guess that's where our difference lies. Then I guess I have more heavy emphasis on animation than art style.
Yeah, but I do agree that like it's like, you know, the best anime is when both are working in tandem.
Like, I would honestly, so I would say an example of trying to do good animation, but also trying to have an art style that emulates Ken Ishikawa's art would have to be the new Getter Robo OVA. I felt they hit a I wouldn't say they hit a perfect. It wasn't perfect, but I think they did the best they could with trying to have as good animation as possible, while also trying to have an art style that not only can animate well, but at the same time emulate enough of Ken Ishikawa's art style. I think
I would actually argue Armageddon does it better.
Well, okay, so here's the thing that we never really brought up. Armageddon and New Getter Robo are going for two completely different art styles, because yes, they're both by Ken Ishikawa, but between Getter Robo G and Getter Robo Go, Ken Ishikawa's art style went through a massive change. There was a massive shift in how he draws his manga. Getter Robo Armageddon was going for something more along the first manga of Getter Robo and Getter Robo G from like the 70s, where
I would actually argue it's more the later stuff.
I would argue the opposite.
No, like
Ryoma's model, like look at Ryoma, like the way he's drawn, the heavy emphasis on bold outlines and kind of simple shapes. Like
yeah, but if you look at it's essentially what they did is that they just took, it's a very simple in New Getter Robo. They're all still, it's essentially just like the models from Shin Getter versus Neo Getter. But
not really.
Yes, they are. They're very similar.
I don't see it.
Like look at like the Ryoma on that one. Yeah, you look here and stuff, and you look at Ryoma from Shin Getter. They have very similar facial structures.
Really? I just don't see it. That's again, you know, maybe this is a personal thing. I don't know. Me personally, I feel it does. Again, this is my opinion. I feel New Getter Robo did a better job with what Arc was trying to do, animation-wise, and kind of trying to mix a good blend of Ishikawa's art style with animation. In my opinion, I think New Getter Robo did a better job.
Well, my opinion is just like, no, they just took the art style of they did change up character models a bit, but it's still in the core terms of art, it still is very similar. It felt like a natural continuation from Shin Getter versus Neo Getter, as opposed to a continual.
Okay, so I think the main point I was trying to make was getting lost. I think what I'm trying to say is New Getter Robo was doing a better job with trying to have that perfect balance between art style and animation with something emulating Ken Ishikawa's later work. That was my point, and you know, we could disagree on it, but I stand by what I said.
Yeah, and I by my position, but so I think this discussion of art styles is like,
well, because
it is the elephant in the room, but that's not the only thing. Like,
well, yes, obviously, like I said, I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to give my best opinion while also. This is me. Like I feel like I should point out the elephant in the room, but I still want to point out that I like this anime, and I'm trying to get to that point of why I like the Getter Robo arc anime. So I think we spent enough time arguing about animation and art style. I stand by what I said. You stand by what I said. I guess we can change our minds there. But what we can agree on, though, is even if the animation doesn't hold up, in my opinion, the real star of this anime is its writing. The writing, which, I mean, to be fair, the writing is just straight up from Ken Ishikawa. Because they're just adapting.
But they added. Well, it's not just. They added so much.
Well, true. They added a lot of stuff, but they're also adding. But at the end of the day, it is adapting mostly straight from the Getter Robo arc manga. That you can't deny. But the writing is where it holds up, and you know, and again, this is writing-wise, this is the culmination of everything that was going on. All the themes of evolution, camaraderie, you know, and you know, is Getter Race really a good thing or not? It all leads up to this moment. Excuse me.
And the ending is still like.
And
maybe.
The ending also ties in a lot with the themes of Getter Robo arc, and what's interesting is arc, starting with Shin Getter Robo, and it got a lot more explored in arc, is these idea and themes of inevitable cycles. And what I mean is, it all revolves around Getter Emperor. Getter Emperor is treated as this abomination monster that consumes entire galaxies for the betterment of humanity, supposedly, but at the cost of every other species that ever exists.
Because what happens is that every other species keeps attacking humanity.
Well, true, but that's because Getter Emperor keeps attacking those species.
It seems to be implied. Like,
it's implied. The implication is that it seems that it's this never-ending cycle of Getter Emperor poses a threat, so an enemy tries to stop the Getter Emperor from ever happening, but by doing so, they just ensure the coming of Getter Emperor in the first place.
Well, actually, I would say I'm gonna now talk about the future stuff. I think what the implication is in the future is that humanity gets in trouble with an alien race. An alien race goes and kicks humanity's butt, and humanity gets near extinction. Getter Emperor shows up and kicks the aliens' butts, and that keeps happening, and like the aliens are keeping on attacking humanity. Which then their response is more and more. But
they're attacking humanity because Getter Emperor poses a threat to their existence in the first place. It's a cycle. It's this inevitable cycle. Emperor poses a threat. They try to stop Getter, and then by attacking humanity, Emperor has to come in and intervene and destroys the alien race.
And then
when they because it
race.
and because it destroys the alien race, now it poses a threat to the entire galaxy, going to the other alien races. Oh shit, humanity is a threat. We gotta stop them. But then the cycle keeps repeating. They try to stop humanity, but the Emperor keeps attacking and over, trying to prevent Emperor. But they just keep ensuring Emperor's existence.
Yeah, because they keep on attacking humanity, like the solution.
Right. It's a cycle. It's this inevitable cycle that seemingly no one can break out of. Seemingly, which
it seems like it imply, like, but we can talk about that later. But like, my favorite part about it is that it serves as almost a clean slate on stuff, because. That's why I say almost. There is, like, you know, a lot of stuff from previous series that. So the way I see it is, you're not wrong, but you're not wrong, but if you know the context behind the stuff it's showing, it helps enhance the experience. Like, so what's interesting. So that also brings up the question of what exactly ARC was adapting in the first place. So they were adapting the original Getter Robo ARC manga. That's their first priority. But what was interesting is not only did they include some original stuff, but they were also adapting some of the other Getter Robo manga as well. Mainly Getter Robo Go and Shin Getter Robo, because those two Getter Robo mangas tie deeply into Getter Robo ARC in the first place. And so in order to, I guess, sort of explain what was happening in ARC in the first place, they adapted scenes from the mangas of Getter Robo Go and Shin Getter Robo. And it works for what it does, but at the same time, I feel if you were a new viewer and you were watching ARC as your first experience with Getter Robo, you would be like, okay, that kind of explains, you know, who the Andromeda country is, why they're attacking and stuff, you know, why Go's gone and all that, why is Ryoma gone? That explains it. But I don't know what the hell's going on in those scenes alone themselves. Why is Shin Getter Robo a eldritch being? Why is the dinosaur empire having a giant dinosaur mutant invader looking magma cannon thingy that's gonna destroy the world? What's that all about? Or why is Shin Getter Robo existing in the first place? It helps explain the events in ARC, but those explanations themselves could use a bit more context. And in order to get that context, well, read the manga. But the thing is that your solution, right? It's the result when you're trying to adapt, you know, the last part and not like the earlier parts. But otherwise, what you're suggesting, the only other solution, right, to make it totally perfect newbie friendly, is to become a Naruto. Or become... Oh, no. Hold on.
No.
A better example for you, Changus, is a Gundam Seed, where we're going to spend a whole episode flashbacking to explain...
No, stop. No, please, God. I don't want anything like Gundam Seed.
Because honestly, like, yeah... Do you really need the information? Yeah.
Well,
yes
and no. I'm saying you don't need that information, but by knowing that information, it enhances the experience even more. And one of the reasons why this anime was so enjoyable in the first place was because we are so in depth with knowledge of Getter Robo, because we read all the manga and we've consumed most of Getter Robo content. So seeing all this, you know, being shown in ARC, it's like the icing on the ring. It's like, I know that scene. This is from the Getter Robo Go manga. Oh, this is the part where, you know, Go, you know, sacrifice himself. Oh, I know this part. So
Yep.
So I'm not saying. So what I'm saying, it's not necessary, but it helps enhance the experience even more. Like that like that was it like episode. It was like episode 6 or 7, where they just adapted the end of Getter Robo Go manga. That was, I was like, they're adapting this scene from the end of Getter Robo Go. Oh, this is the part where Shin Getter just absorbs everything. Oh, this is so great.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like I think this is going into personal preference, right? Is that sometimes when something, in order for something to be accessible, sometimes you don't, like, there's a difference. Like, your idea of accessible is that, it seems like to me, is that everything gets explained. Like,
I wouldn't say everything needs to be explained. That I'm not saying this. You're mistaking my point. I'm not saying that this anime is not accessible in the first place. I'm saying it helps enhance what's already exists, and what already exists, I think it's fine to get into, in a sense. I think some stuff still needs prior knowledge, like Getter Emperor. You know what's the deal with Getter Emperor? They kind of explain it, and they do show a bit of this adapted scenes from the other manga, and it suffices. It works for what it is, and it's accessible enough. But I'm saying, I'm saying that if you already knew, if you had prior knowledge, it helps enhance it. Like that's my point.
Like, the show tells you the basics of everything, and that is like it. The thing is that you're thinking that in order to, yes, I say the show is accessible, newcomers to go in, and they will understand the story. They will enjoy this. They can enjoy the story, but also, I can also say that there's tons of stuff that a new person would totally not get, but a person who has, who is a fan would love this. And all the stuff they did, all the changes.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you there. That's what I'm kind of trying to say. I'm just saying, being a fan helps enhance the experience. That's what I'm trying to say.
But just because it's something enhanced doesn't mean that the core experience is not good.
That's not what I'm saying. I don't. Maybe I'm just not doing a good enough job at bringing out my points. Maybe that's on me. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm saying this anime is fine to watch as an entry to Getter Robo. I just think it would be an even better experience if you knew the Getter Robo lore prior to Arc. I'm not saying you can't enjoy Arc alone as a newcomer. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
for what it does, what this anime does, I did enjoy it. It's and the themes it brings up with the writing and stuff. Again, the cycles, and treating Emperor as this inevitability, and then I guess the only thing left to talk about really, without getting into sports, is, well, actually no, we might as well get into sports. I think the only thing I could talk about then is the ending of Arc, where
there's tons of stuff you can. Well, there's actually in order to understand the ending of Arc, there are character arcs going on.
True.
And they're not
But I would like to, again, this is me kind of not really touching on it, because I feel like because again, I want people to experience the show themselves. That's just my style of I guess reviewing.
Yeah, I would say this of. I should have made this into my own 2 cents topic, just do a huge discussion of Arc. But to me, that doesn't it's fine and all talking about the greater things, but for people who have not understand what arc is going for, it's like, oh, this themes of cycle on it. Like, yeah, that's an interesting stuff, but that's stuff that actually happens at the end. And
well, I wouldn't say it happens necessarily at the end. It's kind of prevalent throughout Getter Robo.
No, well, you're talking about as a franchise. An arc, right? So you have, fate is a huge topic in this story, and the way they are explained, they have like the three characters, right? You have Takuma, who's thought to be the child of destiny because his father is Ryoma. He's on his personal quest of revenge.
All the Getter pilots are treated as they are destined to pilot the Getter Robo.
Yeah,
that is their fate.
Destined.
They were chosen by life, destiny, or the Getter race themselves, who knows, or any higher power. They were chosen to be pilots of the Getter Robo.
But what happened is that their arc, each of them also have a struggle tied to that fate. Takuma is seemingly the least bound by the fate, because his story is more of like some revenge plot of him trying to take down this one guy who killed his mom, but he ends up getting tied into the greater theme of, once he learned about the Getter Emperor and what the Getter Emperor actually is, and him trying to figure out what he's gonna do with this knowledge. Then you got Baku, who is you get a little hints of it. He's the least developed. He's struggling of a bit of like living up to the legacy of his brother, who was part of the climax of Getter Robo Go. Yeah, part of the climax on that one. And then you got like the most interesting character, the character who goes through the most dynamic arc, is Kamui, who is tied between two fates. He's a half Soren, which is he's half dinosaur. So his whole central character is the conflict between his ties with being a Getter pilot and being a member of the dinosaur empire. Who's planning who in this story they're teaming up with humanity because they have a common enemy, but it's super clear that as soon as the bugs are taken care of, they're going back out to war with each other.
Right.
And
Kamui's whole conflict is he has to choose sides, whether he wants to be part of the dinosaur empire or stick with the humans and be a Getter pilot. And then that's when Emperor comes into play.
And he decides to fight fate. The characters ends up.
In a sense, all the characters, especially the Getter pilots, their whole crux is they're trying to fight fate in their own way, and the fate they're trying to fight is, again, the inevitability of Getter Emperor. That is the fate they are trying to fight. That because Emperor is seen as the inevitable destiny of every single Getter pilot.
Yeah, you're gonna become one in this continuity. Your destiny is to become one with the Getter, right? Essentially, and
Emperor is just a manifestation of that destiny.
Yeah, and then you see each of the characters' reactions to this revelation. So you have you have tragic example. Kamui's version of fighting fate is a tragic example.
Where Kamui decides, well, in order to fight this fate, I must join the dinosaur empire and finally wipe out humanity for good. Takuma and Baku sort of had the same sort of idea where they're like, well, we want to prevent Emperor, but you can't just go wiping out humanity, Kamui. So they're trying to stop Kamui and trying to convince him there's gotta be another way we can fight this destiny without any needless bloodshed.
Yeah, and then of course you have Kamui at the end of the series, like his one of his arc representing his humanity was his mother, and who was a slave, was a kidnapped victim, and he was his mother was arguably
his closest tie to humanity. And then
because of his actions,
yeah,
because of his actions, his mother ends up dying, which was originally just going to be a simple, like, part of a greater massacre, but then it became a personal thing where the mother came to save him from getting shot by one of the scientists.
But this was all because of Kamui's actions. And so Kamui then decides, so with like his closest tie to humanity cut off, that's when Kamui finally decides to bring about human extinction. But then this also again ties back into the whole cycles of inevitability with Emperor, because one of the things that Arc Anime never actually really touched upon, that really helps with the ending was Ryoma's nightmare in the Shin, Getter Robo manga. So in the Shin, Getter Robo manga, Ryoma pilots Shin, Getter Robo in a test flight, but then through Getter Ray bullshit, he sees a vision of a future where humanity is bound to all these different Getter Robos, and they're like these biomechanical abominations that is solely reliant on killing each other and stealing each other's Getter Rays, so they can escape a hellhole of Earth that's become. And because it seems that humanity is stuck on Earth, trying to escape Earth by killing each other and absorbing each other's Getter Rays to escape. And then the only gateway to prevent them from truly escaping is this entity known as Getter Saint Dragon. And because of this vision, Ryoma's like, I'm going to not pilot the Getter Robo anymore, because that will lead to that vision. And then he has another nightmare where it connects that dream, that vision of the future, with Getter Emperor. So Ryoma comes to the conclusion that if he continues piloting the Getter Robo, this will lead to Getter Emperor, and that will cause a future that he saw that he does not want to happen. But then he ends up piloting the Getter Robo anyways, because it's his fate, and that ultimately leads to Emperor. And so...
But I would say there is actually a difference.
Okay.
And there is a hint of that, because with Hayato's art.
True.
So Hayato plays the Satome role in this.
Hayato is definitely playing the Satome role here, where he's the mentor figure. But then, and the thing about Hayato's whole thing is Hayato brings up this interesting theme with the characters, how it seems Hayato is part of this older generation, and it seems the older generation is seemingly bound to destiny, and they cannot fight it, and it seems that fighting destiny alone is part of their destiny. Like, it is a cycle they cannot escape as being of this older generation. But Hayato brings up the point that the younger generation, Kamui's generation, the three pilots of Getter Robo Arc, they can break that cycle. But what Kamui is doing right now is he's not breaking that cycle, but they can break it, which again is implied by the ending of the anime. So what's interesting is, Kamui eventually does, he doesn't wipe out humanity, but he does create...
He forces humanity to go into space.
He forces humanity to go into space. And meanwhile, Earth is a hellhole. But what's also interesting to note is they explicitly stated one of the biggest signs that Emperor shows up in the first place is when humanity goes into space. So, trying to prevent Emperor from becoming a thing, Kamui made humanity go into space. And that just sealed the deal for Emperor to show up.
Yeah, and and so the ending show like ending, and the ending is like you could argue, right, that it's not a great ending because of a double cliffhanger where you have the ending of the manga, the way the manga ends,
with the rising of Shin Getter Dragon, which also, by the way, Shin Getter Dragon, that also ties into Ryoma's vision in Shin Getter Robo, which they never really adapted, which was, it turns out that Shin Getter Dragon is in fact Getter Saint Dragon. That was revealed at the end of this adaptation. This is their interpretation, that at the end, Shin Dragon is Saint Dragon. And with the Earth that is now a hellhole, and Saint Dragon has risen, and at the end where seemingly Kamui is in prison, it is, you could put things together.
Seems like a self-imprison though, because
we don't know that.
Yeah, but like what we saw, right, is that we see a dinosaur empire base, right, and then we see a bunch of dinosaurians still running around inside. But Kamui is the only one that puts himself, not put himself, but he's the only one behind bars.
True. It could be a self-imprisonment. It could be not. We don't know. But that's not. But the bigger point is Kamui's in prison, implying something happened where he
lost.
He most likely lost against Getter Saint Dragon. And so now with Getter Saint, which means Saint Dragon is probably still kicking on a hellhole over Earth, and with humanity in space, it's implied that Kamui has created the exact vision that Ryoma wanted to prevent in the first place. Earth is a hellhole, Saint Dragon resides over Earth, humanity has moved into space, the vision Ryoma has become true. So again, it's like this interesting thing where you're trying to fight destiny, but by doing so, you ensure the destiny that was meant to happen in the first place. So,
but I would.
Well, I'm getting to that. So, but it's the cycle, but yet, at the end of the anime, it ends with Takuma and Baku breaking Kamui out of prison, and to pilot Getter Robo Arc again to fight the coming of a brand new Getter Robo, one that no one has ever seen before, that could be implied to be like the rising of Emperor. Like, this is something that's going to become a Getter Emperor. And with that, they pilot Getter Robo Arc to fight this new Getter Robo. So it's this interesting thing where even though Kamui played right into the hands of fate itself, they still choose to fight against it, which implies that ending, like the idea that the older generation was stuck to fate, and you may have caused fate, you may have been bound to, but you are this new generation. You can break free of this cycle. You can create your own destiny. And so it's this interesting
because the circumstances are different. Humanity we didn't see humanity being combined with robots like Ryoma's vision.
Well,
and
we don't know that. It's
of course.
Another thing about the ending, I guess, that some people may not like is the fact that it's not very definitive or conclusive. A lot of things is up in the air for interpretation.
Yeah, but so what I'm seeing is that what I'm thinking, because this new Getter showing up on Earth for some reason this new Getter is coming to Earth, and it's like enough of a threat that Takuma and Baku is recruiting Kamui to drive Arc again to go fight it. So what I am thinking is that whatever happened on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we don't know, is that history may go into the similar direction as like the future with the Getter Emperor, but it's not going exactly because. So in a sense, they did avert the fate that Ryoma was seeing. That fate has been averted in some way.
Maybe.
But fate. But part of that fate is still fate is still progressing, but the details have now been changed. And so, and I think the point that we ended the arc is that end of Getter Robo arc is the moment, could be like one of the moments that would ultimately answer the question about fate.
True.
Because we don't know what Getter
but at the same time, it still ends on a cliffhanger. It's left up to interpretation.
Yeah, of course. It's like interpretations.
But I think the overall message still stands, which is that either yes, you change the details of fate, but you're still kind of playing alongside it, or fate itself has already been fulfilled. You can still fight against it. You are not bound by it. You can fight against it and create your own destiny.
Yeah, I agree. What you were saying?
I was just gonna say, is there a point that you guys are getting to? Because this has become a bit, this has just become a bit overdrawn. I'm not saying this just to be a dick, but I'm just saying.
Well, this was more.
We don't have all the.
True. Well, the whole point was this wasn't really. This was just more a retrospective on the arc anime itself, and this is just me looking back at it, and I think we are getting a little wrapped up. I think we should wrap up soon. So I guess
We've been doing 4 hours. Oops.
Yeah, I initially said I had to leave around 6, but I ended up staying for an hour and a half over what I intended. So that's fine. But I will say that overall, like, I just like the themes and the culmination of everything that this anime represents. This is what Getter Robo has led to, and it had its ups and downs. It had a very rocky road, but at the end of the day, the destination arrived was I would say pretty well executed, and I'm satisfied with what I got. And
I'm looking forward to all the gunplay of all the bottle kits.
Well, there is a high grade Getter Robo Arc bottle kit.
Yep, I put it on pre-order.
I gotta pre-order that soon. But
yeah, by the way, Getter Robo Arc is the best Getter Robo design in my opinion.
Oh, it's great. I love Getter Robo Arc's design. It's like just okay, Devilman? Yeah, make that a Getter Robo.
Hey, yeah, Shin Getter? Yeah, let's make it into an actual demon.
Just, okay, how do we do that? Okay, Devilman? Yeah, do that.
Yeah, give it the double man head with the mouth that's.
This is the most demonic looking Getter Robo there is, and it's metal as hell. I love it.
Oh yeah.
Dirty Dan says y'all got into Getter balls deep. Well, yeah,
yeah, we're like huge Getter fans.
The thing is on the surface level, Getter Robo is pretty metal, right? But at the end but if you go deeper into it, the whole themes about camaraderie and evolution and fate, Ken Ishikawa is really good writer.
Yeah, he's a spectacular writer, and the art, I would say the art anime is an improvement over the manga. I will say, just because the addition just made the story better. But still, it was still Ken Ishikawa's characters. The way he writes characters and arcs is like no matter what, you're compelling. Like you're always on their side. No matter what type of character, if they're the protagonist, you're always gonna be on their side, and you're gonna hope that Kamui is not gonna turn to the dark side. You laugh when Takuma one-ups Ryoma in like Ryoma would just
craziness.
beat up Gore. He just like
Ryoma would try to beat up Gore. Takuma absolutely humiliates Gore in front of his entire empire.
In the most awesome way. He is a total Chad. Like he's doing it while praising Emperor Gore. And he's doing it because of his friend Kamui.
I think we are getting repetitive now, I will admit that. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say here is Ken Ishikawa is an amazing writer. And if this is what Getter Robo has led to, and if this is like the end of Getter Robo, I'm satisfied. Of course, I would love for more Getter Robo content, but if this is really the end, I'm happy with what I got.
I want to see Getter Robo Arc and Super Robot Wars. The next one, not 30. The next one.
Well, they're ready. Well, it's inevitable.
Not the phone game.
Okay, so they put Getter Robo Arc in the phone game of Super Robot Wars because that's their testing ground to see. Okay, this is how he handles and plays in Super Robot Wars. Okay, looks good in the phone game. Yeah. Okay, good. Put him in the mainline game now.
Yeah. Though there is another weakness that we did not talk about, and you mentioned it before. The music. The music in Getter Robo is mostly generic, except for three things. So you got
the three. So it's got a badass opening.
Yes.
The endings are all remixes of all the previous Getter Robo OVA openings, which were awesome enough, and then at times throughout the anime they would put instrumentals of those openings as remixes, as like insert themes into the anime, and that was cool to see.
It makes all those moments more epic.
Oh, you know what? Actually, before I leave, there is one more criticism I can give this anime that I'm surprised no one's brought up, and maybe again this is just maybe a personal thing. The sound design is.
I think people have brought the people brought up how like.
I think
they mainly brought up.
I think the sound design is lackluster. Like I think. Like, the animation already shows its budget, but I think if it had much better sound design, it could elevate what was already there. Like, at times, like, was supposed to be, like, impacts, like, the sound of impacts of, like, hitting against metal, or hitting against, like, flesh and stuff. It just feels like a bonk, 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 rather than, like, something like
After the scene where Ark sliced up the big clown dude, or like the big Sung Wukong thing, and you have like generic explosions.
Yeah, or like the generic like whipping a thing around like I think if the sound design was much better, then it can elevate the animation, even though the animation itself could have obviously been improved. So that is another criticism. Dirty Dan says, I thought Bionicle lore was steep. Getter makes it look like a puzzle by comparison. I don't know. Xenonic has thoughts on that, I'm sure.
Well, I wouldn't say that Getter Robo has deeper, but it does.
Bionicle has two devils, and one of which was killed by a crippled, deformed hobbit, which also happens to be, who happens to also be one of the creators of the Matoran universe.
Yeah, I would say.
God damn it, Felica.
Bionicle has deeper lore, but when it comes to thematic storytelling and like character arc stuff, I would argue as far as
Choose
I
your
heard
words
that
wisely.
Getter Robo does it better.
Well, you just failed Bionicle 101s.
Oh,
Hey, maybe if I actually read the actual Bionicles, I would
True.
understand the more thematic elements. So,
I guess. You were gonna say something, Nut?
I was just gonna say it's like Bionicle lore may be very deep, but you know there's more to interpret with Getter Robo lore. Or even though it's not as deep as comparison, there's a discussion there you can have more so than just reading something like a history book.
Durgan
Yeah,
says, I'd say Bionicle used a reboot, but then I remember G2 and I get sad. Yeah.
the less we talk about that, the better.
Bionicle needs a Beast Wars.
So, a sequel series
Explain.
that works as I think it's more like a sequel series that works as a kind of reboot.
Well, Bionicle just needs a completely written sequel, that's all. Or a completely written reboot. G2's biggest flaw, though, was it was just boring.
I think you fell asleep twice during
I fell
one.
I fell asleep I think halfway through Journey to 1, and then you're like, Changus, you awake? What happened? Show's done. What? But anyways, I think I've said all I need to say about Getter Robo. The ARC anime, at least.
We spent 4 hours on Getter Robo. I am happy.
Because I love Getter Robo. Again, this is something that I thoroughly enjoy, and I wish it got the love it deserves. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I wish there was more.
I wish one of the things that I kind of noticed, I only saw other video when it comes to the Super Robot Wars announcement, because at that time the list of the actual shows was not published yet. During that, there was another YouTuber, and as soon as one of Armageddon is like, "Oh, that crap again," or something like that, that added a dismissive attitude
To Armageddon?
Yeah, when it got re-announced for Super Robot Wars 30. So,
Wow.
It was just one YouTuber. He was more into Majestic's Prince, Gridman.
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited for Gridman. My boy Jay Decker is finally getting the love he needs in Super Robot Wars.
Again, yay! Yes, I am happy for Jay Decker.
Yeah, Jay Decker's great.
Well, there's not really a weak
Super
link in 30, in my opinion.
Yeah, there is. There's basically a bunch of stuff that I'm interested in. Like Majestic Prince, I can watch on Crunchyroll. I am interested in that one. You got Code Geass, which I need to watch, but apparently there's a level of horniness to it.
That poor table.
That poor table. It did not deserve what it got.
At least it wasn't a man in a thong. That it's so thin that they had to blur his crotch.
Well,
I'd say what they did with the table was worse.
what they did with the table was
That table was innocent.
That table was innocent. It did not deserve what it got. Let's see. Gary Dan says Bionicle G2, decent designs, that's about it. Needs about 100% more Scott McNeil. I would be down for that.
Yeah. It did need more Scott McNeil, I'd say. To go back and top it, the designs were amazing. I love the figures. It's arguably probably my favorite design of Tahu.
Oh, I loved the design of Master.
Anua.
Well, Anua too, but I love the Master designs for the Toa Masters.
Yeah, like the first.
I'm not too big on the Uniters, but the Masters, I thought they were the perfect redesigns.
Yeah. Yes.
Dirty Dan says Super Robo Wars needs more IBO. Has there been Iron Blooded Orphans in Super Robo Wars?
Yes. The phone game. The
Excluding the phone game.
X Omega is where it debuted. So.
And that's it.
And I can't exclude the phone game because even if you dismiss it enough, it still counts.
Dirty Dan, I don't think the table consented to what was going on.
Dirty Dan, I don't think the table consented. I think it was a very unfortunate thing to happen to that poor table.
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
It would be interesting to have IBO back for another one.
I would say it would be interesting to see how IBO plays out in a mainline Super Robo Wars game. Dirty Dan said the table wasn't saying no. Silence is not consent, Dirty Dan!
Silence is not consent.
Man, we're talking about tables. Luis must be very happy.
Alright, well, okay, I think it's time to close off the show, so I'm just gonna mute you guys real quick. I can mute you guys by pressing deafen, so I'm just gonna have to mute you guys individually. Okay. Mute and mute. Okay, so those guys are muted. Let me just do one more thing here and there. Dirty Dan says, okay, I'm done. See you all around on the server. See you later, Dirty Dan. Yeah. But anyways, this was a fun show. Wait, hold on. Damn, I thought I muted you guys. Hold on. Wait. This is me messing up. Of course I suppose, but I'll just do this for now. Alright, you guys are muted for now. Okay, so that was a fun show. At least I thought it was. I think from this point forward, it'll just be normal. If I ever do special streams again, they're gonna probably have to be announced way ahead of time to give people enough time to prepare their material. Because, like, Xenonic had to rush through 9 episodes of Getter Robo Armageddon. And, yeah. And also, we're going to go back to our original late-night streaming time after this. Which, funny enough, we are reaching around the time that we would normally stream. Which would be 8 o'clock my time. But that's the thing that happened. We went much longer than usual. Of course, this always happens. But anyways, so next week will just be a regular 2-cent stream. No specials. But yeah, it was fun. What to take away from this stream? Just watch Getter. Believe in Getter Robo. So with that said, I'm Genghis Khan, and I'll see you guys later.